Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll so that we might establish a quorum?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Here.
Councilmember Warren,
Here.
Vice Mayor Harris,
Here.
Councilmember Hanson,
Here.
Councilmember Chenier,
Here.
Councilmember Guerra,
Mute. Here.
and Councilmember Jennings,
Here.
Councilmember Carr,
Here.
and Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Thank you. Welcome to everyone. Welcome, of course, to the members of the public who are participating virtually. The city manager, the city attorney, the city clerk, and I are in the council chambers, appropriately distanced per, of course, the health requirements. I'd like to begin tonight by asking everyone who can to please stand. I'd ask Councilmember Eric Guerra to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Eric, you're muted.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The most popular phrase of 2020, you are muted.
Doesn't hurt to do it twice.
Colleagues, welcome. We do have two items tonight, and of course, one is the item of great debate and conversation, and that is item number one, the Sacramento Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act of 2020. I want to, of course, listen to my colleagues and listen to the members of the public tonight, but I also think that it is important that I sort of set the context for the debate tonight and review a little bit what I have done, what we have done over the past week since the last council hearing. So if you will indulge me for, I think, 5 to 7 minutes, I think. Maybe a little bit longer. I think it'll allow us to launch into discussion. We can either take the council comments early, right away, or we can have council discussion. Usually our practice, of course, is to hear the public comments, and then turn it over to the council for action. So I just want to begin as follows tonight as we debate this very, very important and potentially historic measure for the city of Sacramento. First of all, I want to thank all of my colleagues who are very busy and representing their districts and our entire city for your patience and for your willingness to engage in this very, very important debate. I want to thank the entire city team, from all the charter officers, the city manager's office, the clerk's office, for working hard to ensure that we could have this debate, even in the midst of the COVID epidemic. I want to, of course, thank the members of the public who rightfully are taking this on, pro or con, and participating in the development of these very important policies and the direction of our city. And I want to especially thank the city attorney, sitting to my right, Susanna Alcala-Wood, our city attorney, for your leadership and for your entire team, Sandra Talbot and Steve Itagaki, and of course, a big shout out to Matt Ruyak, who has lived with this issue and these sets of issues for now over a decade, and has put his heart into this, not pro or con, but just to make sure that that when you are talking about an amendment or a revision of the city charter, whether one agrees or disagrees, that it is done right. And your entire team, especially Matt, I just want to give a major thank you to for great public service. I appreciate that. Again, I want to address the council, if I might, and the public up front, while everyone's energy is relatively fresh here, just at 5 o'clock. I do not believe, as I said, that this debate or issue should be about me or any of us who are temporary stewards of all these positions that we hold, but instead to step back and ask the question, what structure of city governance is best for the people of Sacramento and for its neighborhoods, all of its neighborhoods? I think it is important that as your mayor, once again, that I lay out the context of the debate. And I want to address, I think, the three key questions that have been discussed and debated over the last week and over the last month. And maybe if you look at the history of this issue over the past 6 to 10 years. And the three questions are this: why now? The question of timing. The second question is, have I, as your mayor, leading this debate, even if it is not about me, listened to what you have said? And third, maybe the question that the voters, if this gets on the ballot, are eventually going to have to answer is, what real difference, in a real way, would this charter change make? Let me start with the timing. In my opinion, it is never the wrong time to do the right thing. And it is never the right time to do something if, for whatever reason, your opinion is that it should never be done. So I think timing can be just how you look at it, the question itself. And I want to talk about a little bit about my own history, because I try not to do that a lot, but I just think it is so relevant here in terms of my own motivation. There have been many times in my career where people have questioned whether or not it was the right time to do much of anything. When I decided that it would be important to put a tax on millionaires and a mental health initiative on the ballot in 2003 and 2004 to fulfill a promise made decades earlier to fund a decent mental health system in California, people told me that the timing was not right and that the voters would never support something like this. And I could cite many other examples, but my point is that while I am certainly not always right, and while ultimately I may or may not be right on this particular question, that I've always had a pretty good instinct about timing. And that gets us to the present time. I understand the argument, I have heard it, and I've heard it from friends. Why now, in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of a very important, most important presidential election of our time, would you want to have this debate and discussion about the structure of city government? Well, of course, the initiative is more than that, as we will talk about throughout the evening. But I look at it just the opposite. I believe that what's happening in our community and in our country is exacerbating the systemic inequities and the limitations of our structure of government to address those systemic inequities. And that it may be the most important time to have this debate about the structure of our government so that we might better answer that question that people are asking. Can we respond to the moment? And can we put forward an aggressive agenda around economic equity, around public safety reform, around homelessness? And can we do it better than we have done it in the past? I think the timing is right. The second question that people ask is, have I, as the mayor of the city, listened to what you have to say? Not only my colleagues, who I thought were very thoughtful last week, but also members of the public who made a number of substantive suggestions. I want to go through that. While the initiative we present tonight is fundamentally the same as it was last week, that I, in fact, and we, in fact, have listened to you. Number one, I think it is fair that the public gets a chance to look at a new structure and decide whether or not it is working for them, and in a mandatory way have to vote again to reauthorize it. Thus, we have a reauthorization vote no later than 2030. I would remind you, all members of the City Council, including incoming members of the City Council, that under this charter amendment, the City Council will have the plenary authority, absent the mayor, to put any revision to this amendment or any other charter change on the ballot anytime you choose, as early as 2022. A lot of talk about term limits and whether or not this mayor, for example, is doing this to grab power for the long term. We imposed a 2-term limit in the initiative, including retroactive, so that my first term as your mayor counts against that term limit. We heard a lot of concern from members and the public that even though the initiative, I believe, represents a balance of authority and balance of power, there was some concern that a mayor would have a unilateral ability to vindictively or arbitrarily fire a city manager. And of course, I spoke loud and clear about how I feel about this city manager, Mr. Chan, and I would repeat that in any forum, in any setting, because it's exactly what I believe. But I heard you, because it's not just about us. And so we put an amendment that says that if a mayor arbitrarily seeks to fire a city manager, the City Council can block that with a 2/3 vote, a 2/3 override within 15 business days. On the social equity language, Councilmember Hansen and, of course, others said rightly that it was important to call out the LGBTQ community when it comes to equity as well. Councilmember Ashby asked for annual audits, and Councilmember Guerra and Hansen talked about commission versus standing committees, and we provided the option. And then the Bill Black Coalition wrote a letter in which they suggested some more expansive language, which at some point, maybe later in the debate, I'll ask the city attorney to read into the record, which expresses the very intent that we've been talking about, but I think states it even a little bit more clearly, and I'm willing to take that amendment. On the $40 million set aside, I agreed to the suggestion from advocates and Councilmember Chenier to say that 25% of that $40 million must be set aside, dedicated for youth. But let me talk about, for a minute, the controversy around this item. And I suppose in politics, this is the way that it is. And maybe when you have everybody a little bit mad at you, you found a sweet spot. Because on this one, there are those who say this is ballot box budgeting. This will take away from other priorities, including public safety, and that it should not be in this document. Others will say, and are saying, you made a measure you promised, and this is the approximate number that you promised, and that you ought to actually strengthen this and put in non-supplantation language, for example. And so I believe this language as is important. It states an intent. It states a direction. It puts down a marker. But it also has enough flexibility in it to assuage the fears of those who worry that in a bad economic time, we would do something that would be injurious to the budget of the city. Not perfect, but I believe necessary and limited in a fair way. We added enhanced constituent affairs language per the request of Councilmember Guerra. We included a Fair Housing and Human Rights Commission per the request of Councilmember Hansen. We included the mayor in the city manager non-interference language. In other words, to maintain that very important part of the current city charter, where neither the council members and now including the mayor per amendment cannot interfere in the personnel decisions that the city manager is called upon to make. Again, an important balance of power and authority. We specified that the council needs to confirm the city manager appointment with 5 votes or the appointment is denied. In other words, that the mayor cannot just appoint somebody and then, tie up the council, so to speak. The council has to confirm by 5 votes. That's an important council power and priority and prerogative. Other minor changes, including the council controlling agendas, the mayor removed from making council appointments, the Brown Act applying to the mayor, that the mayor could not create serial majorities, so to speak, on any given issue. Remove the 2 town hall language, which was really, I got to tell you, kind of silly anyways, because if you know me, and I think you know anybody worth their salt who holds any of our positions, including mayor, I want to be with the public, including the city council, as much as you will have me, and as much as the public will have me. And I know that Councilmember Jennings had maybe an additional thought on that. And when we get to the council comment, Rick, you can make that suggestion. And so I have listened. And so then the third question is, what real difference would this make? What are you talking about here? Because this is the concern. In the midst of the pandemic, why are we doing this? What difference would this make? And I think it is the right question and the fair question. And I think it is important to point out, even though some advocates have called for us separating the so-called social equity pieces from the government structure pieces, and of course I'm choosing not to do that because I believe they go together, that on the social equity pieces themselves, I challenge anyone to name one other city that has put social equity this deeply into the DNA of its charter. Do not underestimate that and its significance for Sacramento being a statewide leader on this battle to change our city and to change our country. But I want to give you the most real life example. I don't want anyone to take this personally because this is about the structure and the institution, not about any individuals. But this is my truth, and it is the best story I can give you about what difference this would make. And why would you do this in the midst of a pandemic? In the spring of this year, the city commissioned FM3 Research to do a public poll looking at the citywide voter attitudes around a whole range of issues during the midst of the pandemic. And one of the questions we asked was whether or not the voters would support a mandatory mask requirement in the city of Sacramento. And the poll came back and said 82% of the people support a mandatory mask requirement, 82%. On May the 6th of this year, during my Facebook Live shows on Monday and Wednesday night, canceled for low ratings, by the way, I called on the County of Sacramento, the public health agency, to make the mask order mandatory countywide. And for their reasons, they didn't do so. On May the 27th, I proposed a mandatory mask requirement in our city publicly. My view, not being critical, it just is what it is. I got significant pushback when I talked about doing an ordinance. significant pushback. Wasn't the right time, divide too many people, people are already upset and angry, don't bring this to the city council. And of course, given that pushback, the city manager, here sitting to my left, was in no position to exercise his emergency authority under the charter to do so. Wasn't in a position to do it. Under this charter change, a citywide elected mayor would have the emergency power to order mandatory masks. And I am telling you, as one example, as backed up by the public record, I would have done so as the mayor and happily taken the flak. Now, Governor Newsom imposed a statewide mask requirement on June the 9th, several weeks after this discussion and debate in our city. And I don't know what difference it would have made, but I think about how many infections might have been averted if we had imposed a mask requirement sooner. That's one example. And there are many others. I look forward to the discussion and the debate tonight, and hopefully if this is on the ballot, a healthy debate, because this is good. This is a healthy discussion for our community, a healthy debate over the next couple of months. And whatever you decide tonight, and whatever the voters ultimately decide in November, I'm good with. Proud to be your mayor under any system. I just want to do what I think is best for the people. Thank you for the few minutes and the time. Tonight, how many people do we have in the queue, Madam Clerk?
Let me double check. We have 74 speakers so far.
74 speakers. Okay, members, let me ask you, because you are my colleagues here. Does anyone desire to speak before we begin taking the public testimony? If not, then let's go to the public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg. May I have my first caller, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and honorable members. My name is Todd Schiavo, and I'm the business manager of Local Union 447, Plumbers and Pipe Fitters. I represent members in every district in Sacramento. I'm calling tonight to voice my strong support for the Mayor Accountability and Community Equity Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Oh, thank you so much for giving me this 2 minutes. I just wanted to advocate for putting this on the ballot. I believe that we should give our city leaders the tools they need to deliver some reforms that we really need for our community, and really allow the mayor to have full accountability and full responsibility. For me, this is not about any one mayor. This is about creating a lasting change and a commitment to lifting up our neighborhoods in all of Sacramento, not just in the downtown core. Our city needs focus. Our city needs investment. And I think it's time for this city to have this conversation. And I think the people should have the right to vote. Thank you so much for your time and your service to our city.
Could we have the callers make sure they identify themselves, please?
Yes. Do we know who that was? Did the voter, the caller?
I don't know who that is. We do advise that we recommend that they introduce
Yeah,
themselves,
they
but we cannot require them.
constitutionally do not have to, but it's helpful to the members.
Thank you. And our phone queue operator, Rachel, does that. So thank
Okay.
you. And thank you for the reminder, Councilmember Chenier. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, City Council, Mr. Mayor, for your time. My name is Timothy Slape. I'm with Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104, and I would just like to go on record saying that I support the Mayor Accountability and Community Equity Act. Thank you very much for your time, and have a great night.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for taking my call today. My name is Eldon Rodriguez. I am calling on behalf of Improve Your Tomorrow. I am 19 years old and I have been a resident of Sacramento all of my life. I support the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act so that general fund revenues can annually be spent on inclusive economic development and on the youth thanks to this act. Budgets are a reflection of our values, and by dedicating these dollars to our youth, it allows the city to put their money where our mouth is. Attaching this funding as part of the city charter is a great way to guarantee that we'll always have a minimum level of youth funding throughout the years. We have long asked for there to be a dedicated youth fund, and this gets us closer to the goals that our community has advocated for. This is a step in the right direction to build continued emphasis on the importance of equity and investment into our young people, especially young people of color. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Ferreira, the Executive Director of the Sacramento Sierras Building and Construction Trades Council. We strongly support the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act. We believe this change in governance comes at the perfect time for our city by giving the mayor's office the tools it needs to better serve the community with efficiency and effectiveness. We also support the annual commitment of $40 million for inclusive economic development, which will help people get back to work and help create career opportunities for those in our city's underserved neighborhoods. We ask the City Council to vote yes on putting the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act on the November ballot. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Brenda Dabney. I'm from Tahoe Park, District 6, and I'm calling in support of the Strong Mayor proposal on tonight's agenda. As a taxpayer who voted in favor of Measure U, I expect my tax dollars to be used in my community the way promised by our elected officials, not determined by the city manager, who is not accountable to the public. In order to have our mayor held accountable to the voters for promises like affordable housing, economic investment in communities of color, addressing issues surrounding homelessness, fair and equitable policing in our city, and emergencies like the current COVID-19, it is imperative that Sacramento implement a strong mayor form of government. Voters in San Diego, Oakland, and Los Angeles all have the ability to hold their elected mayor responsible for fair and equitable budgeting and governance of their cities. Sacramento needs to join these progressive cities and create a strong mayor who answers to the people of the city of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kai. I am calling on behalf of Improve Your Tomorrow. I have been a Sacramento resident all my life, 22 years. District 8 for most of it, last 6 months. District 6, I am in strong support of the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act. When I think about equity, I think about restorative justice. I think about making it, quote unquote, equitable for the social and economic minority groups, people like single parents, men and women of color, people affected by homelessness, the underemployed, LGBTQ community, people with disabilities. Being within the Improve Your Tomorrow organization, I've served the community, specifically the youth, and I am in strong support of the 25% going to the youth. A lot of the students just need hope. Something that Aldwin said earlier was we have to support them. So with this, they just want hope, and I feel that we can give them programs such as outlets for athleticism and creativity. I am a theater major. There's not a lot of community theater for young people, and so I feel that, as well as mental health and psychological services and understanding with that. And just to hit to the point about COVID, when COVID hit, we realized how undersupported the youth and just the people of Sacramento are, and I feel that this would better support everybody. We realize that every child needs Wi-Fi and a laptop. and just getting that was difficult in itself. So definitely in full support of this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dr. Decoy Porter, and I serve as the Senior Pastor of the Genesis Church in South Sacramento, in District 8. I'm calling in support of the Mayoral Accountability Act. Sacramento expects the mayor to be able to make progress on inclusive economic development, promoting affordable housing, reducing homelessness, and uplifting undeserved neighborhoods such as mine. But in our current system, the mayor does not have the tools to direct funding to these goals. This measure, I believe, will give the mayor the ability to direct funding to these priorities and make it easier for the voters to hold him or her accountable if they don't. Since the tragic slaying of George Floyd and here locally of Stephon Clark, many in our community have called for change in the city's approach to public safety, including increasing transparency and accountability in the police department and shifting resources away from police to fund mental health and community counseling services. Unfortunately, the mayor cannot make these kinds of changes on the current structure, but this measure will allow the mayor to set budget priorities and implement the public safety reforms that residents are calling for. Simply put, we cannot expect systemic change to occur without making changes to the systems and structures in our city government that allow the conditions that we have right now to come about. And this is why I'm supporting this initiative for a more accountable government. And these changes will give the position of mayor the ability to deliver what is being demanded of him or her and allow voters to hold them accountable if they don't. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Nikki Mohana, a local developer with Mohana Development focused on building housing solutions for our workforce. I'm speaking today in strong support of this initiative. We need this reform to ensure that we bring accountability to our elected offices, especially as we face the most dire housing crisis and shortage. Sacramento deserves better. We deserve to have our elected officials, including our mayor, who serve the people of Sacramento to hold the tools necessary to create real change. We need to overcome our traditional bureaucracy so that we can react quickly to the challenges that we face daily in housing and homelessness. Sacramento deserves a government that allows quick, innovative solutions to resolve its most pressing challenges. I urge your support today to bring the accountability necessary to uphold the inclusive economic empowerment that our city deserves and that the people of Sacramento voted for in 2018. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for taking my call today. I'm Jose, 20 years old, and I've been in South Sac in the Elk Grove district for a majority of my life. So, for me, I support the Mayoral Accountability and Community Act due to it being a step in the right direction for youth and racial funding. But a big emphasis and importance of equity and investment into our young people, especially young people of color. We have asked for a long time for that there be a dedicated youth fund and that it gets and if it does, it gets us closer to our goal for our community that we've advocated for. And by attaching this funding as part of the city charter, it will be a great way to guarantee that we'll always have a minimum level of youth funding throughout the years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Natalia Chavez, and I'm a resident of District 1. I'm here in support of the Sacramento Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act. Under the current system, we elect a mayor who's really only mayor in name. The city manager is truly the one with the authority, but we don't elect him. We've spoken to a few Sacramento residents in the last week about this act, and they didn't realize that the Sacramento mayor has less power than they think that he actually does. When we go to elect a mayor, we're imagining that he or she has authority to enact changes, but it's not the case under the current system. And we want change. We want equity. I know I do. This act is not a magic bullet in any way. It's not going to solve the problems that we see in the city, but it's a step that can enable the mayor to make changes. I support this act because I want to ensure that we can truly hold the Sacramento mayor accountable for what he ran on. Otherwise, what's the point of electing a mayor? We must give the mayor the authority to make changes, and the Sacramento Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act will do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity for, my name is Jim Gonzalez. I am the chair of the Latino Economic Council of Sacramento. And I just called to support the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act. I like the process that the mayor will be proposing a budget that will reflect Sacramento values and will be a starting point for the city council to react and together construct a fair and equitable budget for our communities and help all of our neighborhoods. So I commend last week the city council offered some great amendments which the mayor has listened to, and I think that this is ready to go to the voters because at the end the voters deserve the opportunity to chart their destiny. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. Hello, my name is Robert Gomez. Actually, can I start off by saying thank you for accepting my call and having me on here. My name is Robert Gomez. I work for IYT, or Improve Your Tomorrow. We basically we're helping young men of color to and through college. And I've been a resident of Sacramento for about 18 years. And I feel the Morale and Accountability and Community Equity Act should be passed by
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Glenn Snyder. I'm a member of the Smart Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104, and I would like to voice our strong support for the Mayor Accountability and Community Equity Act. I ask that the council vote to allow this item to be voted on by the people of Sacramento. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and City Council. Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for taking my call today. My name is Bonnie Brown, and I am 45 years young. I relocated from South Central Los Angeles with my 3 sons about 15 and a half years ago and have lived in District 7 ever since. All 3 of my sons have been an Improve Your Tomorrow scholar, and we love the area and the people we have met throughout the years as residents here. I support the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act because it designates $40 million of the general fund revenues annually to be spent on inclusive economic and youth activities. This means it would be creating opportunities for the youth to be exposed to positive elements in our neighborhood. It will give them hope, seeing that there is more to them than just what is outside their door, opening their minds to bettering themselves as well as their community. I also like that it requires the city council to make sure that when there are big projects to be done in the city, there has to be a racially diverse work crew as well as inclusive of all members of the community. This will attribute, in my opinion, to a well-rounded workforce to accommodate our changing and more accepting society. It also encourages the public to participate in city meetings by adopting permanent sunshine provisions for us to have access to city documents and records. I also support this initiative because it ensures that we have funding saved for times like these, where we are scrambling to provide for the children of Sacramento.
Thank you for your
and we're
comments. Your time is
exhausting our
complete.
resources.
Will you make your final comment, please?
In conclusion, I do agree with the checks and balances of this initiative, as it encourages us all to work together as a team to help Sacramento continue to be progressive city that my three sons and I have chosen to call home.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Paula Lee, League of Women Voters. I'm the governance chair and the past president, and I live in District 4. As most of you know, Council, the League of Women Voters conducted a study of the different forms of city governance, including the strong mayor system. And our position states in part that, yes, it's reasonable for a city to change its form of government only when there's a clear body of evidence that such change will address demonstrated problems. So we reviewed the new proposal. We listened to Mayor Steinberg make his case, and we listened to the community. We find no such evidence that taking power from the city council and concentrating it in the mayor's office will address, where things happen in private, will address the city's problems. You have heard Sacramento neighborhoods speak about what they need, and a strong mayor is not it. It's up to all of you who have been elected to public service. And you can't blame the unelected city manager when he works for you to carry out your policies. So we call on you, council members, to listen to the people of Sacramento and use your power as elected officials to work together with the mayor for the good of the city and all of its people. A strong mayor system weakens the voice of residents in this city. And these people elected you, and they deserve your representation. We see no compelling reason to turn over decision-making and line-item veto power to one person, unknown in the future, to manage in private. This is the opposite of accountability and transparency. Finally, your vote to put a measure this significant and controversial on the ballot less than 60 days before ballots go out will surely seed more cynicism. There's no urgency to add this to the ballot and have a political fight like this when people in the city are fighting for their lives, their jobs, their homes, and their kids' education. Don't give us your power.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comments, please?
Please vote no, because while the mayor has been working behind the scenes with you and the business community that you've been listening to and the community groups to get their buy-in, like the League, we, the opposition, now have 3 days, if you put this on the ballot, to produce a ballot argument.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Chet Hewitt. I am a co-founder of Build Black. And I'm calling to voice my support for the Mayor's Accountability and Community Equity Act. My decision comes after serious discussion and deliberation, which has led us to believe that to get to the level of equity, inclusion, and policy change Sacramento requires and our youth deserve, there needs to be someone who is singularly responsible for ensuring that the policies and practices that this will require are enacted. My belief is that there can be no effective policy change without structural change. For this reason, I also urge the council to keep the important policy changes reflected in the proposal connected to the structural change of creating a strong mayor system of government. If policy changes are passed without having a structure that can implement them effectively, we will not achieve the level of change we need and we are demanding. Should the initiative be passed by the voters, the mayor who will be responsible for moving an equity agenda forward will have no place to hide from failures or a lack of progress. I believe this proposal is what the city needs now in order to ensure an inclusive future for all of its residents. I encourage the city council to place it on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Council. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm calling on behalf of Improve Your Tomorrow. 23 years old, and I've been a resident of District 8 for 17 years. Calling today to voice my support of the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act. I find that this proposal, while it is not the be-all, end-all in terms of producing equity in our city, it is nevertheless a step in the right direction and can serve as a foundation for continued emphasis on the importance of equity and investment into our youth. Establishing these $40 million as part of the city charter will guarantee that there will always be a minimum level of youth funding throughout the years. And in light of the global pandemic and this uncertainty, our youth deserve to know that the city will be committed to investing in them. I look forward to us being able to vote on this measure in November, and I especially look forward to this entire body's commitment to continue to advance the fight for real equity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Your Honor, City Clerk Mindy Cuppy and members of the City Council, this is Mike Barnbaum in District 2. And I'm calling just to follow up from my call from last week as this item continues. I was a little bit on the fence last night when I was speaking a little bit of passion that I had, but I'm calling today to provide to you my support on this item as you move forward with it. I think that with the 1 week off between last Tuesday and this Tuesday, and this is a strong message I want to state to the public, that the City Council and the charter officers had a monumental challenge to work with, going through all the comments and the work needed to get to tonight. But I strongly believe you have taken this obligation freely without mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you have well and faithfully executed the duties that have come before you on this item. And I want to say congratulations on that. And I would be happy to move to approve item number 1 this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Mr. Mayor and members, my name is Sharon Jennings. I'm a resident of District 3. It is my opinion that the council rules of procedure adopted January 28, 2020 should be amended in an emergency session upon adjournment of today's meeting. The council rules of procedure do not address measures to be taken during a pandemic. In the California legislature, there is a procedure whereby an urgency clause may be amended into a bill, allowing the measure to bypass legislative deadlines and be sent to the governor to take effect immediately. It is not my opinion, but my experience as a Senate staffer for 31 years that I believe that the Honorable Darrell Steinberg is the most qualified legislator for the position of strong mayor, especially at this time. Mayor Steinberg is a great leader with a proven record in his decades-long leadership. I do not know Mayor Steinberg personally, as I did not work on his personal staff, but in my 31 years of service, I have never known of a more capable leader. Enactment of a strong mayor should be in effect immediately, not in November. The details of a shift in procedure may be revisited after we have a vaccine. We will not lose our voice. You are our voice. You are our trusted servants. We must lay aside any differences and trust that our leaders will lead us. Please act now while Corona is at our doorstep and in our face. Thank you all for your leadership.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Chris Greeny, and I am the president of the Sacramento Sierra Building Trade, also a business representative of the Heat and Frost Insulators and Allied Workers Local 16, representing members that live in Sacramento. And I'm calling in support of the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act. Strongly encourage for you to vote to put the ballot on the to put it on the November ballot. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is David Nelson. I'm calling on behalf of the Sacramento Asian Chamber of Commerce. I'm the Director of Public Policy. And we have been closely watching this issue, and we really, first of all, appreciate the thoughtfulness and vision of not only the mayor and staff, but also the council members for engaging on this issue. We've been seeing how it's changed since last week, and we support the revised proposal that is before you tonight, especially in how it supports and promotes the minority communities throughout our city. And the chamber believes that this is not only the right debate, but it's also the right time to have this debate. And so that is why the Sacramento Asian Chamber of Commerce not only supports the Mayoral Accountability Act, but we support the public in having that debate and making this decision in November. So thank you for your time this evening, and we support a favorable decision on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
So 130 online comments against, 2 in support. 2. And the timing of this has nothing to do with COVID. You told Cap Radio that you'll be pushing this as early as the first half of 2019. Also, I appreciate that you front-loaded the developers and builders unions who will be busy trying to curry favor with you for those millions of our tax dollars for projects funded by our tax dollars that only create high-income housing. A strong mayor builds relationships, talks to communities, compromises. A weak mayor threatens equity issues if he doesn't get his power grab. A weak mayor claims to be strong and then works to undermine representative government. No mayor in recent time has served more than 2 terms, so it's quite brave to limit yourself to 2 terms, especially with your eyes on a Senate seat. Sacramento had a mayor-council strong mayor charter from 1893 until 1911. It was abandoned within a single generation because it consolidated power out of public view in a manner that suited the needs of the few at the expense of public process and social equity, as evidenced by the developers who called in early to curry favor. Leave the past failed experiments in the past. Strong mayor has been a power grab every time it's been done, and this is no different. You're not engaging with the public except at the last minute, which I know is your forte because you think you know better than us, but you don't. It's clear that the public feels differently from all the input that I've seen coming in across multiple platforms. The 2 issues need to be separated. It is horribly cynical to stage a power grab in the middle of all this and attach weak equity provisions with no real teeth to them as a way of jingling your keys to get the public distracted so they'll vote for equity and give in on the strong mayor portion. Some claim that this is so you can bolster your bona fides for your Senate run. Some claim that this is so you can weaken the position of progressives. Either way, it's taking what should be a deliberative, thought out, inclusive process and jamming it down our throats at the last second when thousands are suffering from lost wages, lost health care, looming evictions, and oh yeah, we're in the middle of a 100-year pandemic. Maybe, just maybe, there's a better time to do this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good afternoon. This is Betty Williams, living in District 8, President of the Greater Sacramento NAACP. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to speak my concerns regarding the accountability of the mayor. It's also important to know that the NAACP, that the community was heard, and it was important for them to be heard and to understand the proposal. The Sacramento NAACP held 3 town hall meetings, 2 out of the 3 with the Mayor Steinberg, to answer questions and concerns based on the existing or the then proposal, where we did share a straw poll from Saturday's meeting, and 70% said no to the strong mayor. However, I need to be clear that the Sacramento NAACP has not taken a vote and will be taking it this week. But it was important that the community be heard, because out of the 3 town hall meetings, the last one that we had last night, actually there was 2,600 viewers to listen in on the understanding of the strong mayor. The common thread in all the debates has been trust, and therefore the recommendations from the NAACP was important to be seen in writing, such as finding out about firing without cause, the Brown Act, and issues of the equity. I am surprised that individuals came in early support and agreed to the proposal as originally written. But I do applaud the individuals that took the time to read the 51 pages, now 83, which we received late this afternoon, and I will give it to my executive committee for review so we can prepare for our vote. Finally, the word accountability has been frequently used, including in the title of the proposal. Accountability means communicating with your city, with the members of your whole community and all of their organizations, and answering questions, not
Thank you for your
constantly
comments.
creating
Your
a
time
sense
is complete. Will
of,
you make your final comment, please?
yes, not constantly creating a sense of urgency, making decisions with just a few. You're responsible for the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, honorable council members and mayor. My name is Lexi Purich Howard, and I am a District 5 constituent. I am opposed to the act because it unnecessarily combines the equity proposals with the mayoral responsibility proposal. I respectfully request your no vote this evening on the act now before you. Voters have enough critically important issues with which to contend on Election Day in November. This council should not force voters to wring their hands on that day or any other by unnecessarily linking the equity proposals with the mayoral accountability proposal. To the fullest extent possible without a ballot measure, the city should move forward with the provisions of the Community Equity Act, incorporating revisions requested by written comments submitted last week by community advisors and advocates, and engaging in the further work needed in that regard. If it is the case that some of the equity and engagement proposals require a vote of the city's electorate, those should be separated from the mayoral accountability portion of the act. Now is not the time to conflate mayoral power and city organization with the urgency of the equity proposals, or to unnecessarily complicate the equity proposals. Your no vote this evening will facilitate the continued work on the equity proposals without taking the air out of the room between now and November, as our city otherwise unnecessarily divides itself over the contentious strong mayor provisions. Our city deserves the laser focus and the action required from this council and from its residents to make and move forward on anti-racist, equitable, and community-building policies without being inexorably tied to the strong mayor proposal. For these reasons, I respectfully request your no vote this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, I'm a District 2 resident. My fellow Sacramentans, members of the City Council in Steinberg, because a wise person instilled upon me that a person who has been entrusted with little and has failed cannot be trusted with a lot, is why I oppose the amendment to the charter. Specifically, in the qualification of this to the mayor has already proven he can't be distrusted. On July 23rd on engagesac.org, a website paid for with city funds, Mary Lynn Lavigna, city paid employee, posted propaganda to promote the qualification of this to be put on the ballot. That is in violation of California Government Code sections 8314 and 82015, along with Penal Code section 424. I highly suggest you look up what happened with City College at San Francisco Chancellor Day when he was prosecuted by the DA's office, San Francisco, 9 years over something very similar. Basically, the mayor is a criminal. He should be prosecuted. We should not be giving him more power. Thank you, and have a nice day. Except for you, Chipberg.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Robert Copeland. I live in District 4. I am strongly opposed to the strong mayor. While the city manager has too much power as is, transferring that power to Mayor Steinberg is not a good idea. Because I think in the future we may get a mayor even worse than Mayor Steinberg, and a city council that's actually good for Sacramento, which this one is not good. This city council and the mayor and the strong city manager all should be replaced because they are not representing the people. I don't trust Mayor Steinberg and the city council after the stunt they pulled on rent control. I will be fighting against the strong mayor program. And Mayor Steinberg giving a few goodies to the people is not going to sway my vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
I'm calling in the voice of my strong support for the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act. Compared to the first iteration of this proposal, I am pleased to see the latest updates have improved the mayor's accountability while also ensuring a balance of power with the city council. I do not believe this proposal is about a power grab, but about actions, results, and accountability. As it relates to addressing community needs, much more needs to be done, but I do believe this measure can help address many of these needs, as it commits the city to invest in inclusive economic development, increases dedicated funding for our youth, gives citizens a real say in the budgeting process, and finally implements a racial and gender equity lens for all major city activities and projects to ensure that everyone truly has a seat at the table. Irrespective of particular views, I believe the best course of action is to bring this proposal to the people to let them decide. I hope you all vote in support of putting this impactful proposal on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Steinberg. My name is Tom Ayton, business agent of Local Union 447, Plumbers and Pipe Fitters. We are in strong support of the Mayor Accountability and Community Equity Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Steinberg and respected City Council. This is Doyle Radford. I am Business Manager of Labor's Local 185. We are located at 1320 National Drive here in Sacramento, and that is in District 1, the Honorable Angelique Ashby's district. And so tonight I'm calling in to grow our membership support behind the Mayor Accountability and Community Equity Act. And we'd like to see this item put on the ballot this year. Our local supported Measure L in 2014, and we absolutely would support this on the ballot this year. And I want to be clear that we think Mr. Chan is doing a good job. We just feel that the CEO of the city should be in hands of the mayor, and the accountability should be to the voters. So with that said, again, we want to make sure we throw our support behind this and thank everyone on the council and staff for their time this evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Greetings, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gary Simon. I am the Executive Director of Sacramento Juneteenth Incorporated. I'd like to call in to throw my support behind the Mayoral Accountability Act. I think that the timing for the mayor to resume these responsibilities or to get the tools that he needs to effectively run the city, I think the timing is good with the country's demand for reform, more importantly, Sacramento's demand for reform. I think that our structure needs to change so that the accountability of our mayor will be upheld. With the current system, it is really hard to lead by a committee. I think that the mayor having the strong initiative, the strong accountability piece will allow him to lead independently as well as to be held accountable for any shortcomings and or successes that may result from his leadership. So I definitely support the Mayoral Accountability Act. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. This is Mardea from Gardenland North Gate Community. Today, my comments are not personal, and I have no issue with you as our mayor. First, let me state that Mayor Accountability Initiative would eliminate shared governance. From my perspective, this is a slippery slope. We are fortunate to have a mayor such as yourself, but what would happen if we had a different mayor with an agenda that did not align with the majority of our communities? Then what? My second point is that in order to get communities of color to support the Mayor Accountability Initiative, again, we are being offered $40 million to address community inequities. This was the same bill of goods sold to us in order to support Measure U. Our communities have not benefited from Measure U relatively a little bit. Instead, $45 million of this money went to police and firefighters. We don't need an initiative to address inequities that exist in our communities. Just do it. It is upsetting that once again, the tactic is to buy our vote by offering our communities of color $40 million. This time, my community is not for sale. Finally, we're currently in a pandemic, and do you really want to utilize city and community resources for a ballot initiative? All our collective resources should be utilized for our communities that are hurting, our families struggling to feed their children, our small businesses who will never open their doors again, and the 68% of Latinos and African Americans that are infected in Sacramento. All our financial and human resources should be used on this crisis and not for the Mayor Accountability Ballot Initiative. I respectfully ask you to vote no on putting this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Kevin Brown, Sacramento Building Trades Free Apprentice Coordinator and Director. Here to say that we are in support of the mayoral issue, and also we support the $40 million for social and economic development. Building Trades with its MC3 pre-apprenticeship readiness stands in posture to add value from a workforce standpoint with our at-risk youth and things of that nature. So thank you, council, tonight for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Nikki Jones, and I'm a resident. I'm trying to mute my other meeting, but a resident of District 5. And I've been coming to these meetings for a long time, long enough to know that the mayor tonight, some of his staff, maybe some of his colleagues on the board, certainly spent quite a bit of time calling their friends and supporters this week, lining up talking points, getting those out, and getting people here. And like some have said, trying to buy off certain communities with $40 million. you know, this time is a crisis. People are in crisis, families are in crisis, and what they are calling for structural changes, as you have said, and calling for structural changes, not really around your power, Mayor, that hasn't come up, but in terms of equity itself, which of course means, you know, structural changes around equity that empower the people, mean a wider distribution of power, not a more concentrated one. You've heard calls for things like participatory budgeting, for more decision making, for more time and community input in all of the things that you've been deciding behind closed doors and with your close and powerful friends. And what the people of Sacramento have been saying is that this is not the way we believe governance should work. This is not the way we want our governance to work, and it's not the way that that our community works together when we really build power and we really build solutions, and when we really look white supremacy and capitalist patriarchy in the face and vow to make structural changes to dismantle those influences in our systems. And until you're ready to even say the words racism, say the words white supremacy, Daryl, you are not ready to be the strong, accountable, or responsible one on this.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, you have not been thus far, and we don't expect you to be in the future. And I respectfully ask all other council folks here to vote no, or at least separate these two. Their tied togetherness.
Thank you for your comments.
It's a ridiculous example of their you know.
Thank you for your comments.
Lack of.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
My name is Keon Bliss, and I'm a constituent of District 4, and I keep hearing this proposal called the Mayoral Accountability Act, which is supposed to be more about community equity proposals than just giving the mayor more power. And yet, I'm still waiting for Daryl and the rest of this council to explain to the public how exactly this proposal makes the mayor more accountable. How does giving Daryl more tools, aka power, and fewer public meetings as you're currently required to attend, allow we the people to hold you accountable? And most importantly, why does this need to be paired with far more popular community equity proposals? Who asked for a strong mayor in the first place? Talk is cheap, Daryl, and actions speak louder than words. You talk about wanting to improve public safety functions in the city of Sacramento, and yet it is taking you 4 years of public outcry to even attempt serious structural changes to address the pandemic of wanton police violence inflicted by SacPD against the Black community. And when you finally decide to actually address it, you actually ignored thousands of community members demanding that you reinvest 50% of the city's general fund budget that you're planning to spend on SacPD to create an inspector general position that nobody asked for, and instead of giving it to the police commission that everyone asked for, and ignored your own city's auditor's recommendations addressing the issues you claim to care about. You talk about being committed to affordable housing, but in closed-door negotiations last year, you deliberately undercut housing advocates who successfully collected enough signatures to put a more progressive, stronger rent proposal measure on the ballot than the watered-down one that you passed last August. And then you sued one of those advocates in order to deny the stated will of more than 40,000 people who wanted to vote for this proposal on the ballot, even as you demand that we give voters this power to vote on this change right here. Even in a pandemic where 30 million people haven't been able to pay rent nationwide, you and the council just last week passed a weak-ass housing ordinance.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
This is stupid. You all need to separate these two proposals. The community equity proposals should be able to stand on their own. And if the strong mayor is so needed,
thank you for your
it
comments.
should be able to stand on its own.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for taking my call today. My name is Donald Byers, and I am calling on the behalf and with Improve You Tomorrow. I'm 18 years old, and I've been a Sacramento resident my whole life. I live in District 1, and I would like to say that I strongly support the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act, strongly just because of the youth benefits that it comes with, and just reading over it and hearing about it from my mentors. It's a really good thing, and I honestly do strongly support it.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Mayor, Council, my name is Eddie Franco, District 4. I'm calling in strong opposition to this initiative. Your opening show and scripted calls aren't going to fool us. Over 130 comments should tell you how the people of Sacramento feel. First off, let me highlight how disgusting it is that you're pushing this vote through it during a time of severe public disenfranchisement, that you're holding equity hostage to give the mayor more power. Your scripted union calls, which we've noticed, won't hide the fact that you're using a pandemic to usurp power from the people of Sacramento and hiding it behind non-binding equity reforms that you have no intent of actually fighting for. You've shown us that for years. We have rejected this ridiculous proposal twice before, and we'll do it again. But you need to stop wasting our time with these failed projects and instead, for once, Daryl, do your job as intended. We've asked for more care for undeserved communities during this pandemic. We've asked for defunding of killer police. We've asked for more mental health services. No one has asked for this. No one. City Council, separate the equity reforms from the strong mayor changes and reject this complete abdication of your power. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Chris Tapio, and I'm a resident of District 7. I served as a member of the city's Charter Review Committee in 2009, where we studied the different municipal government structures, and we heard from several experts about them. From that experience, I came to the conclusion that Sacramento was long overdue in modernizing its governance structure into the mayor-council form of government. Our mayor is elected on a vision for our city that a majority of voters from across the city support. Residents rightfully expect that the mayor will work every day to make that unifying vision a reality, and I'm sure that our current mayor does. But recent events have again highlighted an important deficiency, that our city charter doesn't provide the mayor with even the most basic tools to implement that citywide vision. The mayor doesn't manage the city and its employees, isn't authorized to propose the city's operating budget, and has no unique authority to nominate our city manager. Today, our charter simply provides for a full-time mayor whose only real authority is to preside over part-time city council meetings. If a mayor doesn't have the tools needed to implement his or her citywide voter mandate, how are voters to hold the mayor accountable for failing to do so? Unfortunately, the authority that the mayor lacks insulates him or her from ever truly being held accountable. Ceremonial leadership is no longer enough in our city of more than 500,000 residents. We're no longer a small town with small town problems. The time has come to match the position of mayor with the authority voters expect of it and to make true progress for our city. I urge the council to not listen to the voices of those who prefer to keep the residents of the city from being able to vote on this important charter change. Please do your job by allowing us to vote on the Mayoral Accountability and Equity Act. I placed it on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kimberly So. I'm calling from District 5, and I would just like to say that nobody asked for a strong mayor. We asked for accountability, adding the Community Equity Act to sugarcoat. The strong mayor is not only insulting, it's not in the best interest of the community. It has been a rush process, leaving voters unengaged in this process. This executive power is receiving negative feedback throughout the city. It appears to be a power grab. Combining the two proposals is selfish to the community. Please make them two different ballot items. Government needs to invest more in its communities and its community members. City council, the city manager needs to work with the mayor to take action on investing in the community. We don't need a strong mayor to get work done. We need checks and balances, transparency, and accountability, and folks that want to do the work. The community is suffering. Again, please separate the two proposals, put resources into the community, and I am opposed to this strong mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Jose, calling in from District 6. I just want to call to ask, hopefully, that the council will hear that these proposals be separated. The equity proposal should not be held hostage to strong mayor. Mentioned earlier about your track record in listening to the public. It is very apparent that you listen when you agree, Mayor, or when it aligns with what you want, but in regards to police accountability, for example, you silence and interrupt and abuse your already given power and status to influence what is able to be heard and seen in council. So your track record is here. It is listening and watching to you as you speak. You said that it isn't about you, but we think that we should think about the system and the structure, but it is important to think of what you could do with this power and how it could go wrong with already things that you do and how you behave yourself, and just kind of overall how disconnected you are to a huge voice in the community. I think it's really interesting that a lot of businesses here today, they haven't really been here at the last couple of meetings. So it's good to see that, you know, they can show up for whoever's interest, I guess, when it's appropriate. If you truly care about equity, allow these two things to stand alone. It is overinflated to equate yourself in the position to something as important, as helpful, as a commitment to equity, that you're holding it hostage. I don't see the weight of connecting this. You said that they go together. I don't need what you think. I need you to make it make sense. Does that sound familiar? Of what you think about tying these together, separate them. Allow us to show you what we think. Don't lazily put them together and try to bind us into something that we don't want, that is unfair, and that just honestly reflects very poorly on you, Mayor. It reflects
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Of course. I'd just like to ask that we can separate this and allow people to vote on this separate so that we can understand and see where the public truly wants to vote and align. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, I am a resident of District 8, a resident of South Sac, Iraq, a community that you do not invest in. You've had a lot of support today during phone calls, but let's not overlook that there are over 130 e-comments on your agenda opposing this act and only 2 comments supporting it. Whew. Mayor Steinberg, you kept saying that the timing is right to look at a new structure, and it's not at all. There's no balance of power in this structure or in this act when you have the ability to completely control the budget. The people of Sacramento have been asking you for change in the budget, and you've literally been ignoring us and our voices. During time as mayor, you've had a budget that is completely racist and invests more in the police than it does in our communities. More in the police than libraries, than education, than after-school programs, than social and public housing. Not only do we not trust you with this power, you have proven your lack of transparency as you've tied this to the Community Equity Act. What does Mayor Power have to do with the Community Equity Act? Absolutely nothing. You've clearly intentionally tied this with the Community Equity Act to disguise strong mayor. To fool your constituents, the bootlickers that called today, that they are voting for equity when in fact they're giving you more power that we can't trust you with. How do you expect us to trust you with budget power when you don't even follow through with your promise with the Measure U money? Money that was supposed to invest in the needs of Sacramento but went straight to the police. Again, You don't listen to us, Steinberg. You don't listen to us when we demand to defund the police. You don't listen to us when we demand you to separate the Mayor Accountability and Community Equity Act into two. Every time you've made an effort to support Black and brown lives in Sacramento, you've given us crumbs, useless reforms, pennies for investment. If you want to do what's best for Sacramento, separate these two acts, defund SacPD, and invest in our communities. I yield my time. Fuck your bootlickers and fuck you too.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Nawe Totome, and I am a community member and women business owner of Africans in Sacramento, African Americans in Sacramento, 95823, District 7, and grassroots community organizations that support equity and causes for the communities who are directly impacted by equity and the decisions that Sacramento's mayor and council decide. The Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act 2020. Sacramento is growing as a big city and becoming more complex. With growing complexity, we must consider the structure changes that can be responsive and inclusive of the diverse population within Sacramento. With the act, we provide for checks and balances while strengthening the mayor's role to be responsive to the community needs within Sacramento. Within other large California cities that have executive mayor form of government, we have Fresno, Los Angeles, Oakland, San Diego, and San Francisco. So why not Sacramento? This act is about action that turn to results and results that turn to accountability. Many have said that we need more time to study and more time to comment. More studying will only prolong and make it longer what has been studied and what has been reviewed over and over and time again. It was discussed in 2008 and 2014. Now is the time for the change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
My name is Courtney, and I have lived in East Sacramento for 20 years, over 20 years. Mayor and City Council, your community has been asking for defunding of harmful systems and investing in resources. You can already do all of these things. Black Lives Matter Sacramento has explicitly said and laid out how you can meet their demands right now, even with the current charter and systems in place. You don't need more powers. I am flabbergasted at how you responded to a clear outcry for change by doing more of the same. Mayor, you have stated you have no intentions of firing City Manager Howard Chan, so how would anything change with your new powers if you're already not willing to use them in the ways we have asked for? Accountability means being held to a standard established by your most marginalized constituencies with concrete consequences for disobeying them. Mayor Steinberg, please stop with your self-victimization at every meeting. People keep telling you you're wrong and doing a bad job because you're doing just that. You are fake as hell with Black Lives Matter, and you are fake as hell with groups that help immigrants and indigenous folks in Sacramento, and this measure is fake as hell. You have hidden ridiculous powers amidst the promises of funds to youth in this potential ballot measure. I do not support this being added. You can move the equity pieces forward without the strong mayor aspect. Stop holding community aid hostage. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Katie Valenzuela, incoming council member for District 4. I was sad to see the amendments to the measure that were posted late on Friday night. They did not address many of the concerns that were raised by the community last week. The equity provisions are still not binding, and now, and quite possibly the worst amendment, the mayor is not required to have any public meetings with the community. But I'd rather focus on an example you gave, Mr. Mayor, with the masks and COVID response. Because not only could you have brought that to the council and let the 80% plus constituents push for that ordinance to be adopted if that's what we really wanted,
But in Seattle, you might not know this, but the council unanimously passed a CARES Act spending package to provide rent assistance, assistance to workers and business owners, food assistance, a whole range of critical services. And the mayor in Seattle vetoed it in its entirety on the day rent was due, on the day that people needed to buy groceries. And while that council may easily override that veto, in the meantime, the community is left without critical support and things that they need despite clear consensus among the people who have been elected to represent them. And that is just one of many examples of how this can go wrong because, as you said, Mr. Mayor, this is not about you. You may want to do great things with this power, but we do not know who will come after you. And this is a dangerous amount of power to have in the hands of someone whose values may not end up aligning with what we need. So more power is not progress. I really urge you all to pull this back for all of the reasons stated by opponents this evening. And finally, I would just like to add that there are many people who have been kicked off this phone line tonight. I'm getting tweets and Facebook messages from several of them. They are not being allowed to call back in to provide public comment since this item has started. And I would really appreciate it if we could open up the line for folks to call in and have their voice heard. Thank you.
So that's fine. If people are getting kicked off the line, we should open back up and make sure that everyone is heard, of course.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, Richard Wake, City Council, District 5. The first thing I'd like to say is it's very disingenuous of the labor leaders to call in people like Kevin Ferreira, making it seem like their entire union supports this proposal, when in fact, no vote was ever taken by any of these unions. It's just the individual leaders of these unions that are calling in. The unions have not officially endorsed this proposal. Secondly, we've tried this strong mayor proposal 2 different times. It's been turned down. The third thing I'd like to point out is back in April 2020, a report was issued about how much parking revenue was lost out at the airport from the county of Sacramento. In April 2019, $4.5 million of parking revenue was collected out at the airport. In April 2020, that went down to less than $290,000. No information has been given into how much parking revenue has been lost in the city of Sacramento. Therefore, it's very, very disingenuous for the mayor and the city council to offer up $40 million when most likely severe budget cuts are going to be coming in light of losing millions and millions of dollars of parking revenue. Lastly, 40 million people, over 40,000 people signed the petition for rent control on the ballot, and that was denied. And the city spent thousands of dollars on attorneys and everything to get that, to be able to not qualify for the ballot. However, there is one petition that if it's successful, you guys will not be able to ignore, and that's a recall petition. That is brewing, and if a recall petition is successful, you will not be able to stop that on the ballot. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and City Manager Chan. This is Brandon Black, Director of Public Policy at the Sacramento Metro Chamber. Calling in this evening to again voice our support for the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act. As I mentioned last week, our business owners and leaders are held to account each day by their customers and stakeholders. Their success is dependent on how effective and efficient they are in allocating their resources to meet their customers' needs and providing local jobs for our workforce. Right now, during a time of great disruption in our community and around the world, we have an opportunity to not only meet the moment, but find the opportunities within the challenges we face collectively. Each day, business owners and leaders must find new ways to adapt to a rapidly changing business environment that requires new and innovative ways to conduct business and revamp the old way of operating. Business is no stranger to disruption, but we need a partner in government that can also be more adaptive, with the ability to pivot as needs and priorities shift. We are stepping fully into a new normal that requires us to be nimble, and to do so by responding quicker with the impact and productivity required in order to survive and thrive. That is why we believe the time is right for our city government to do the same. We thank the Mayor and City Council for their thoughtful dialogue and consideration of this proposal, especially for the inclusion of various equity lenses as the city develops policy moving forward, to make the institutional changes we need for a more inclusive economy. We also appreciate the inclusion of a small business analysis lens so we can better understand the impact on our local economy as policy and decisions are being made. We know that as we look towards recovery from the impacts of COVID-19, this will be a key component towards building a stronger and more resilient business environment for the thousands of small businesses that account for nearly half of the jobs in our community, a majority of which are led by minority business owners. We hope that this initiative has your support.
Thank you for your comments. Will you make your final comment, please?
We thank you again for your time and for your commitment to keeping Sacramento strong. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Terry Moore, Director of Adult Services at the Center for Fathers and Families, proud resident of our fast-growing city of Sacramento. And I'm profoundly in support of the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act of 2020. Mayor Steinberg has always been diligent, consistent, and bold in his displaying his heart for our city. But Mayor Steinberg reminds me of a boxer fighting with only one arm. And if we release that one arm, I'm confident that he will be able to knock out more concerns, issues, challenges, discrepancies, better defend victims of neglect, remove blocks, offer favorable budgeting, balancing, and provide necessary opportunities for our city and empowerment to our city, including more secure living for our homeless. So I just want to thank you, Mayor Steinberg, for all you have done as mayor. You're one of the greatest mayors that Sacramento has ever had. I can't wait to see you successfully perform as strong mayor of the city of Sacramento. So thank you and City Council.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Lozan Kofer, and I'm calling because I want to address the Mayoral Accountability and Social Equity Act. I want to first start with social equity, and certainly the strength and importance of those proposals isn't really up for question. We know they're good because they're actually our proposals. They came from the community and were bolstered by those voices. And so normally we'd be happy to see them in the charter change, but we don't want to see them coupled with changes that also change our governance structure at the same time. So last week we sent a letter which now has 326 signatures from 18 organizations asking you to split up the ask, asking you to bolster the equity proposals and make them binding, and making sure that we keep the mayor on the council. And I think these are important things for us to consider. And so when you say let the people decide, that should be an earnest decision to be able to decide on these proposals separately because they are separate. They came from different origins, one from the community, one from the mayor. And so they should be able to be considered separately. But to use the example tonight, we really have to think about this as structural change and then also as who's going to be leading that change. And so the question of how to change the structure has come up, and I think it's a valid one. But the example that was used in the intro was thinking about equity in this pandemic and looking at whether or not we should bring forward a mask, a mask ordinance that 82% of the people supported. While Latino and Black people in Sacramento and statewide and nationwide are disproportionately suffering. And I'm confused about whether or not that shows a lack of confidence in your colleagues on the dais, that you wouldn't bring forward something that has 82% support. And it makes me question whether or not this is actually about a need for structural change or a need for bold leadership. Because we move forward with the Inspector General instead of giving that authority to the Police Commission without 82% of the public supporting that. We move forward with not honoring the Measure U proposal twice without 82% of the population supporting that. And we move forward with bringing the National Guard in and then saying to the Trump administration, please don't send in more federal agents.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
So I think this brings up some real challenges to leadership, and I don't think that a structural change is one that is warranted right now, given these considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Jess Gotch, and I'm a resident of District 6. and I'm calling in to voice my strong opposition to this initiative. These are hugely impactful proposals, and this whole process has been rushed, and there has been virtually no effort at public process to ensure community input and engagement. And this kind of community engagement should be happening before the election, not just on election day. So I urge you to separate these two proposals into two charter amendments to allow voters the opportunity to consider them separately. Because the strong mayor proposal has been voted down before, it's unfair to pair that proposal with the Community Equity Act, which would benefit our communities. Additionally, the Community Equity Act, as it stands now, fails to implement all the suggestions by organizations like the Healthy Sacramento Coalition, Sacramento chapter of Black Women Organized for Political Action, and the Measure U Community Advisory Committee. So you must implement all those proposed recommendations, especially providing advisory and oversight responsibility for the $40 million for inclusive economic development, and the youth services should be given to the Measure U committee. So the equity proposal needs to have actionable requirements, robust public input and oversight, and it needs to be separate from the strong mayor proposal. I believe that in the best interest of ensuring true support for our communities, we must separate the two proposals so the people of Sacramento don't have to sacrifice their neighborhoods by opposing the Community Equity Act because they may be weary of giving the mayor, whether it's Mayor Steinberg or someone in the future, maybe they don't want to give that person even more power in our community through the Mayoral Accountability Act. We need to be more focused on giving power to the community than to the mayor's office. So let these proposals stand on their own and let the voters decide on them separately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, I'm calling from District 1, and I strongly oppose this measure. I believe it is giving way too much power to the mayor on a permanent basis and takes away from the power of the other elected council persons. So Steinberg, in the beginning of this meeting, using COVID as an excuse for a permanent change is disingenuous. Also, it effectively removes all checks and balances to ensure that the mayor is held accountable and to ensure that he is not acting as a dictator. The same proposal was attempted by Kevin Johnson, which the public strongly shot down, and for good and obvious reason. I already question the integrity of Mayor Steinberg for pursuing this proposal, as well as his past terrible leadership. I would also question the integrity of any council person that votes in favor of this proposal, which I will certainly keep in mind for future elections. I hope other voters do the same. I also doubt the integrity, as others have mentioned on this meeting, about the callers in support of this measure. It sounds like they're all reading from the same script, and you can certainly tell when somebody's about to say they're in support of it when they actually mention the full name of the act in the beginning of their call. And also, I will point out that the online footprint suggests that there's a very strong opposition to this measure. I think, as others have mentioned, that the community efforts, as well as this strong mayor proposal, portion to be split out and should not be combined. I also wanted to point out that it was interesting that I heard Mayor Steinberg at a Measure A meeting where he was completely rude and disrespectful, some of the rudest comments I've heard, yet in the beginning of this meeting, he was all joy when he's ready to get additional powers. I therefore urge that all of the council members vote no on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, good evening. My name is Corey Ring Martinez. I live in District 5, and I'm the co-chair of the Sacramento Democratic Socialists of America. Our executive board voted unanimously to sign on to the community response letter that was sent to you all in opposition to this wildly undemocratic Mayor Accountability and Community Equity Act. These are two fundamentally different items, and at best, it's unfair to combine the two. Voters deserve the chance to vote on these issues on their own merits or lack thereof. I'm going to echo what a lot of the people who have called in tonight have been saying in opposition to this act. It's undemocratic. It's been rejected multiple times. This significantly limits the power of council members by giving the mayor approval and veto power. The mayor needs to stay a member of the council, otherwise the Brown Act doesn't apply, and that's super important for actual transparency. Furthermore, it's disingenuous to say that the city manager has the power when it's literally their job to act out your approved policies. This is flies in the face of transparency, accountability, and any actual balance of power. Community members have been calling in tonight to say, like, over and over again, we've been asking you and telling you specifically how you can meet the community's demands with regards to equity. This act is important, but it doesn't include all the proposed recommendations, including the $40 million allocation to the Measure U Community Advisory Committee. So it doesn't have any actual teeth, or like putting in a rigid number for community investment isn't right. Like, it should be growing in proportion to the growth of the city budget. So in conclusion, these two items need to be separate so that voters can truly evaluate both measures on their own merits. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you very much. This is Dan Ruiz. I'm a resident of Sacramento, calling again from last week. The key question that Steinberg mentioned at the start was why get this rush to get this on the ballot. His reasons are totally irrational. That's obvious to anybody that's on this call. You may all be aware that the mayor of San Jose is currently trying to do the same thing, but then he found out the results of a poll. It was FM3, the same people you were talking about earlier, said, I don't think you'll win, Mayor. So he's backed away now, and he's proposing that we do a charter revision commission and do real due diligence. So it's funny that the same thing happened there, and why doesn't that happen here? I would like to point out in the proposal that the mayor has, you can flip down to the proper page, and it says proposal that states economic impacts are none. I would argue that's false, and the council needs to study that implication. It was mentioned last week that there was an IBM benchmark study done on this, which said that the existing form of government you had is on average 10% more efficient. I'd like to tell you, I used to work for IBM. I just recently retired. I've got a master's degree in public administration. I actually worked in this practice. And if they say that, they're accurate. So what I recommend that you do is take real due diligence like your council is supposed to be doing. Study the IBM study and contact IBM about it. Contact all the benchmark cities that are in that study. You might want to contact the city of Austin, who was really into this a few years back, and they had the University of Texas provide a PowerPoint presentation on this. To have somebody on your staff summarize the due diligence results, then come back.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comments, please?
Yeah, present the results to the future city council meeting and then decide whether or not they want to push this through onto the ballot. There's no reason to do it now, and you know that.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Jaleel Baker, and I'm a 20-year resident of Sacramento County. I wanted to first start off and say I'm impressed by how much the mayor has been able to drum up, how much support the mayor has been able to drum up for this proposal. But I have an opinion that I hope that this council hears with the rest of the opposition tonight. So my comments are for the council members. Not once have I seen anyone push for strong mayor in this justice movement. I see my community constantly support the message of community equity, to defund the police and reinvest in our communities. But this council is clearly giving the community an ultimatum. This isn't allowing the community to freely vote on community equity. This is a power grab that we cannot support. Our community has voted on strong mayor time and time again, and the mayor should not hold community equity efforts hostage with this strong mayor proposal. There are surveys out there, counter proposals, and organizations that have launched counter campaigns to strongly oppose this exact initiative when there's much better things we could be doing. We are ready to work. We are ready to accept real progress and real change, but we are also ready to acknowledge when something can and should be better. Council, is this the best that we can do? A watered down proposal to pay back citizens Measure U funds that they already deserve? council, let's listen to the surveys, to the comments and the outrage of the citizens on the street and in this call. And at least, council, the least we can do is put these measures up separately and go back to the drawing board and give the community something that they need and that they want that isn't attached to redesigning the city design in structure. Council members and mayor, remember, everyone is watching for your vote, waiting to see what you will decide. Will you vote to support the mayor, or will you vote to support the community? This is not something anybody has asked for.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
This is something that the mayor has asked for. And that is why we strongly urge you to vote with the community and vote no on this proposal. Thank you. We are watching.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Dr. Maya Dash, and I am an East Sacramento resident in District 3. And I am strongly opposed to this act, as the minor changes that were hurriedly made in the past week do nothing to address the fundamental problem that we're asking you to see. That this act uses toothless equity and ethics measures as an attempt to mask a very unpopular strong mayor system. This is truly politics at its worst. Additionally, as a queer person, I'm appalled that the ballot language co-opts my identity and non-binding LGBTQ equity analysis as a tool to win support for a consolidation of power. The wording that will appear on our ballots, if this act passes, varies those fundamental changes to our form of government from the voters by not openly mentioning things like mayoral veto power, while foregrounding these reforms that could happen without any ballot initiative. This is, as my father would say, putting lipstick on a pig. Mayoral insiders close to power clearly have the most to gain here, as we've heard from the interests calling in tonight in hopes of garnering a favor with a newly strong mayor. The neighborhoods that find their power through their council members have the most to lose. This is not equity. Listen to all of the voters and not just the insiders and vote no. And then please use this time and these resources to take action on equity, which you can do right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, good evening. My name is Maria Elena, and I am a lifelong resident, predominantly in Districts 3 and 5. I opposed Mayor Kevin Johnson, who was an informed and invested mayor, in his request for a strong mayor. And I am opposed to Darrell Steinberg today. He served at the state level, and now he stepped down to the city. He cycled out. So he's biding his time. And I know that the revisions look really attractive on the surface, but that's just a ploy to get people to buy in. Mayor Steinberg uses the excuse of no power over the council for the masks. You don't have control over potential district members to wear masks, and you guys were notified of it, and you never went and told her to wear a mask or stop going out during shelter in place. And then as far as wanting to serve the people more, you're unattentive and unresponsive when we are in these sessions. And you opposed the right to rest and were a friend of the court when appealed to the Supreme Court. How does that serve equity for our unhoused members of Sacramento? Also, our council is about to become more diverse than ever in the fall. And now you are requesting more power? I don't think that that's good. Also, we all know you have Senate hopes, Mayor Steinberg. I think that learning to work different systems and institutions and the policy in place is perfect for when you move on to that next level, so that you will be better at working with bipartisanship to represent the people of California. I appreciate everyone's time. I hope that you'll oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alan Fong, and I'm a commercial property owner in District 6, in which I have several minority-owned business owners as tenants in my properties. I fully support the Strong Mayor initiative, and I believe it will add efficiency to a process that is currently taking a lot of time, especially in times of need. So I fully support a Strong Mayor initiative. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Steinberg and City Council. My name is Andrea, and I'm a resident of District 6 in downtown. And I'm calling today, as many others have, to express my concerns on item number 1, the Mayor Accountability and the Community Equity Act. These are two fundamentally completely different items, and combining what needs to be separate proposals and acts just seems like an attempt to disguise a bad proposal with a good name. We should separate these two proposals into two charter amendments to allow voters the opportunity to consider them separately. So as for the Community Equity Act, this fails to implement all the suggestions by Healthy Sacramento Coalition, by the Sacramento chapter of Black Women Organized for Political Action, and the Measure U Community Advisory Committee. We need to implement all proposed recommendations, and putting a rigid number for community investment into our charter isn't right. As for the Mayor Accountability Act, the Strong Mayor Act has been rejected many times, 4 times to be exact, including in 2014 when voters themselves rejected it. This act significantly limits the power of the council members and newly arriving progressive council members by giving the mayor approval and veto power, including line item budget veto. We need checks and balances to ensure any action by Mayor Steinberg and future mayors can be reasonably undone by elected representatives. We need to separate the two proposals so the people of Sacramento do not have to sacrifice to oppose or reject the Equity Act because the mayor wants more power right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Evan Minton. My message is particularly for council members Guerra and Hansen. I'm speaking in strong opposition to the Strong Mayor initiative. Not only does this upend checks and balances on the council and take power away from council members, it upends any checks and balances and takes power away from neighborhoods and communities too. Even the bipartisan League of Women Voters is against this. Even if you think there's merit to this idea, it's not a fair election to do this in. To kick this to a vote of the people in November would be nothing short of a cynical move when we're in the midst of a devastating pandemic. No one knows exactly what this electorate will look like, but we do know that voters will be disenfranchised. And those most disenfranchised will come from communities of color and low-income communities. The most impacted members of these communities are fighting on the front lines and will soon be fighting for their very homes. To think that this is a fair election to hear this matter is an irrational thought. The League of Women Voters states that if you support this, it will further cynicism from voters and you, our elected officials. And imagine that it's not Darrell Steinberg as mayor in the future. Imagine that it's someone more akin to Donald Trump. And imagine that you just handed veto power and line item budget veto power to that future mayor. And lastly, I guarantee you that the public will come to you at each meeting demanding to speak to the mayor, not understanding why he's not there. You didn't get elected to be somebody's future messenger. Steve, Eric, please, one or both of you can make it stop. Please be a profile in courage tonight. We are better than an undemocratic top-down structure. We are better than cheating voters out of a fair choice. Any council member is better than being a future messenger.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Any council member is better than being a future messenger for any future mayor. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening to the council, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Elette Ricks Chambers. I reside in District 5. I support the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act 2020. I would like to commend our mayor in as much as he has a proven track record of one who's willing to listen to all of his constituents and respond accordingly. A record, I might add, that includes apologies for missteps, which matters to me. I personally believe that Mayor Steinberg is a man of integrity, flawed, yes, but as we all are, but certainly moving in the right direction. I think that we need a mayor who does more than facilitates meetings and votes like everyone else on the council, because we should have had enough of the pomp and circumstance. I know there are those who say that the act wields too much power. I disagree in as much as those concerns regarding power have been addressed and checks and balances have been strengthened to ensure accountability. To the city council, I would like to urge that you put this on the ballot so we can have a vote and voters can choose. We've been in our current system of governance far too long, and I think that the time for change is now. Thank you for the opportunity, and may God bless you all.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Courtney Hanson. I live in District 3. I did not receive the mayor's public comment template, but it sounds like I should tell you that I have been a resident of Sacramento for my entire life. I wholeheartedly oppose this measure, and I urge you to separate any equity reforms from a strong mayor proposal that has nothing to do with addressing inequity. Inequity, poverty, anti-Black racism, police violence, and homelessness are urgent issues, genuinely life and death for many people in our community. There is nothing about Mayor Steinberg's track record of priorities that gives me faith that you want this power to address inequity more efficiently. Why would I trust you when I have watched you play on your phone and obnoxiously chew food and interrupt people who are talking to you about the pain and trauma of police killings of Black people in our community? I don't know if a strong mayor proposal is ever a good idea, but it is definitely wildly inappropriate during a global pandemic and a growing movement to defund the police. To be clear, a movement to defund the police and reinvest our dollars in community-based programs, not a movement asking for cosmetic, expensive, and ineffective reforms to the police, not a movement asking you to say the right thing, but to do the right thing, which is to shrink the bloated budget that law enforcement has enjoyed for far too long. I urge you to vote no if you want to maintain any semblance of trust and integrity amongst your constituents. It is deeply insulting that Mayor Steinberg would co-opt buzzwords and talking points to mobilize community to support his disingenuous proposal. This is the same co-optation that brought us to this bizarre proposal. You should be ashamed that you extracted language and ideas about equity from the labor of grassroots activists, largely brilliant Black people, and paired them with a completely unrelated proposal that changes the power composition and structure of this council. The equity pieces of this proposal are non-binding, and we need them to
Thank
be
you for your
separated
comments. Your
by-
time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
We need them to be separated and led by a strong community, not a strong mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I have 30 more callers in the queue. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Sonia Lewis, and I live in Larry Carr's district. I wanted to say that the responsibility for structural change and policy changes need to happen in this city, but they also need to stand alone, especially in this moment, because this mayor and most of our elected council members have failed to take important stances on equity and state-sanctioned violence, which in turn impacts those most vulnerable in community. I would also strongly support a strong mayor and structural change. They are necessary to move Sacramento politics forward, but we must remember and consider the lack of trust that has caused further trauma and harm to those who cannot speak up or participate in this process. Trauma and harm, like but not limited to being very silent in times of systemic abuse on your watch, is an example. Awarding police officers awards for valor when they murder our community members who are fragilely mentally challenged. say Dejan Fleno's name and never forget it, please. But murderers who get recognition as heroes is what you all have supported. This is what all of you have stood silently by and allowed. Let us think about the murder of Joseph Mann, where officers were allowed to retire and the city taxpayer dollar continues to fund their pensions, the pensions of murderers, as well as a hefty lawsuit to the family. We're tired of spending our dollars on bad behavior. We are tired of watching all of you make excuses for and being silently complicit in these abuses. As a Black resident of this city, I am tired.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Just 1 second. Thank you. I am tired of living under the very real reality of taxation without representation. You will take my Black dollars, but you will not protect me the same that you will everyone else. So I find it very ironic today.
Thank you for your comments.
Conversation, but I would like for you to consider that this is something Sacramento needs, but not under Mayor Steinberg.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This is Malachi Amen. I'm a lifelong resident of Sacramento, now living in District 4, head of the California Urban Partnership and a member of the Build Black Coalition. It's been extremely difficult for me and my organization to come to a position of support for the Sacramento Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act. But we're in support, and here's why. There's been tremendous growth in the city of Sacramento. The number of issues have come before council, significant policy issues from the Cannabis Opportunity Reinvestment Act to Advanced Peace, to Measure U, to so many different issues pertaining to economic security in communities of color, particularly Black people in Sacramento. And our work is around building economic security. And so knowing that this is headed to the ballot, we're choosing to focus our attention on making sure that this looks right, and understanding that, we do have some support from the mayor and council on the Build Black amendments around calling out anti-Black racism and how we got here in the first place in terms of why we need to consider racial and gender impacts of the city's decisions. And then certainly making sure that we are intentional about calling out the need to evaluate the council's decisions for their effects on residents most negatively and disproportionately harmed and impacted by.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, so we need to make sure that these social equity analyses are based on those who have been most disproportionately and negatively harmed. And so for that reason, we're in support.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
My name is Lauren Kidd, and the Strong Mayor proposal is a power grab. You are holding the community equity hostage for more mayoral power. It's disgusting and transparent, but not transparent in the way that we would like. We did not ask for this, and you can't be trusted with strong mayor powers. This proposal undermines the authority and capability of the voices of district residents. It undermines the very concept of an elected district representative. This extension of powers, this concentration of district powers, their office, it has nothing to do with equity. This is designed to utilizing a time incredible enfranchisement. This additional power for yourself by taking it from district representatives and thereby taking it from the people. You've failed us to use your powers that you already have in any way to be deemed appropriate in our community forward. Why would we ever wish to give a failure more power? We're pretending like everything is completely out of your hands. Senator Sacramento specifically explained how your job could be done by you with the powers you already have. Do your job. We're tired of telling you how. All right? You don't have a single good reason for asking for more power, and we absolutely do not believe you worthy of such. You need to separate these proposals so that they can be voted up or down legitimately and honestly, without having an above the head of equity. You, Daryl, I just can't believe this is a problem. Can't believe your problem too. Pretty soon we're gonna have to get rid of you, and it's gonna happen. Just, I got nothing to say. I need less. So, fuck you, Daryl.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Williams, and I wanted to continue with my community member was saying in regards to Steinberg in this moment, in my opinion, who has laughed in the face of structural change when community members have said that, who has laughed in the face of equity when community members have said that, who have laughed in the faces of community members when we have brought to the table ideas of redistribution of funds. While I believe that a mayor accountability starts with compassion, empathy, and bridge building, where bridges are broken, not where you already have strong ties. Not only did a group of community members send you a letter urging the equity proposal to be strengthened, but that the strong mayor not hold equity hostage. So for too long, you have passively sat by and watched people struggle in this town as our unhoused community members struggle, as our underemployed community members struggle, as people in community who are working and trying to sustain themselves. I am super perplexed by people who speak of equity when they fail to acknowledge the racial systemic harm of racism. I also urge you, Steinberg, when you're thinking about the term strong mayor, that it should come with a strong stance on being able to articulate words like racism, reparations, anti-Blackness, things like defund the police, which you have staunchly been against and have been extremely verbal about. You would never, ever, ever defund the police. So if you want to be a strong mayor, you have to be strong enough to say defund the police, defend Black bodies, and that goes for all of our council members. If he can't do that, why are you supporting him? Because if you can't say defund the police and defend Black bodies, why are you in your seat? And that's what needs to be broken up in this good old boy system.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
My final comment is this. Last week, I heard Jennings want to salute Robbie Waters, a very racist law enforcement
Thank you for your comments.
Official. This is why we need
Thank you for your
a strong
comments.
mayor. And
next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rosanna Herber. I live in District 5, and I'm a member of the Sacramento Women and Girls Advancement Coalition. First, I want to say thank you for your service. I personally appreciate your commitment to being elected officials and for listening to us tonight. I also want to acknowledge that it's clear you've been listening to the public by the additional changes that are being proposed, some of which I support. However, even with these changes, I remain strongly opposed to the MACE Act of 2020 for three main reasons. First, the proposal puts too much power in the mayor's office. I worked under a strong mayor in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I saw firsthand how a strong mayor government can be abused. When professionals aren't hired to be department heads and the mayor controlled what happened in the city that I was in, he wasn't able, the council wasn't able to provide checks and balances. And I left the mayor's office when he told me to take the $114 million neighborhood improvement plan and spend it only in Democratic council districts. And I said, wait a minute, Mayor, we spent a year putting this plan together. Why would you do this? I don't care. I'm the mayor. we're only going to give money to council districts that are Democratic. I said, Mayor, don't you think people will notice? He said, look, I don't care. If you want to work for me, then you are going to do this. Well, obviously, I quit shortly thereafter. The problem with this proposal is that it removes the mayor from the council and the people. What I want to say to you is that many of—
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, you don't need a ballot measure to have a people's budget or policing guidelines or even to spend more money on youth. I urge you, don't rush to put this
Thank you
item
for
on
your
the ballot.
comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, yes. My name is Lambert of To the Bay and Back Cheesecakes in Del Paso Heights. I want to say that I keep hearing this word strong, but as I study the city manager, if everybody can take a look at him, he's on the phone during this very contentious hearing, and he looks like he's at a restaurant. He has a lot of food on his diocese. I think that's very disrespectful. His office has been very cruel to my family. We've actually applied for many grants and different things, and I think people should stop using the word strong for the mayor and use strong for the city manager. He was not voted in by the voters. If that's not an example of strong, I don't know what is. Now to Mayor Steinberg. I've studied this and I listened to Mr. Carr, who's from the cradle of the Confederacy, which is Virginia. So he's aware of what's going on here, and he will be missed by me. Now, in terms of Mayor Steinberg, those who are not aware, people of color, he filed a lawsuit against Wells Fargo where they were doing cruel practices towards people of color. And for that reason, I think if these are separate, I think I could vote for that. Now, in terms of what I'm hearing as a native of Sacramento, my family's been here since 1946, so I'm really speaking for them and the racism they experienced before I was born. I would like to say that cheesecakes, if I did a survey right now, cheesecake would apply to every district and everyone in the district, which means that we would like to form coalitions, but I think it should be separate because Measure U, which I voted for, I've never
Thank you for
received
your
any
comments. Your
money.
time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, shout out to Del Paso Heights.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mai Bang, Sacramento City School Board member and a proud resident of South Sacramento in District 8. I'm calling this evening to strongly urge you to vote no on the strong mayor proposal. This past weekend, council member-elect Katie Venezuela and I spoke to dozens of neighborhood residents and leaders throughout North, Central, and South Sacramento regarding the proposal you have before you. Many were unaware of this initiative and had more questions and concerns. These conversations in itself were very telling that they do not want power to be centralized to one person. Currently in the city of Sacramento, the people in our neighborhoods have equal representation in power and in their votes. If there is a shift in power to one person, this will result in the lack of neighborhood voices at City Hall. If we are talking about equity here, let's also note that wealthier neighborhoods tend to determine the results of a mayor race, which makes any future mayors susceptible to influence by those most privileged. Right now, the people of Sacramento can organize to change the makeup of the council every 2 years to ensure we have a responsive and reflective government. But with the strong mayor government, the people will not be able to do this. As a community member once shared with me, what you do for us without us, you are doing to us. That is what many of our neighborhood leaders, residents, and youth are feeling today. As the current pandemic continues to impact our city, we know that the pain has not been equally shared. Our most vulnerable communities, our Black, our Brown, our Southeast Asian, and Indigenous communities are bearing the brunt of the devastating effects of the pandemic. And right now, we should be doing everything in our power to harness our energy to address communities hardest hit by COVID, not using resources and time to push an initiative that the community did not ask for. I believe in representative democracy, not less, and I hope that you believe in that too. Please, I urge each and every one of you to vote no on the strong mayor proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Veal Hunter. I am a proud resident of District 7, and I'm calling to offer my support for the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act of 2020. I'd want to first just say, I also known as the Strong Mayor. I supported the Strong Mayor Act of 2016 as well, and I try to make my decision not based on the mayor or who is the mayor, but who is in the office itself. What is the power of the office? One of the things I work in and around the Sacramento area in the legislative arena, and I tell you, it's with pride when I see that the Sacramento mayor is part of the big 10 mayors going in and taking care of California's business. But it's time for, if California is going to be a big city, they have to act like a big city. Sacramento is one of the only cities of its size where the mayor does not have more control of the budget and policy matters. The mayor is in a ceremonial position, basically with the same powers of all of the other 9 councilmen. But if we want to be able to hold him accountable, we have to make our charter say that, give him that accountability and give him that responsibility so that we can hold him accountable for the things that we want to see in this city. In the current structure, we've got a city manager who is basically a non-elected position, which has greater authority over the mayor and over each of the city councilmen because he's not subject to the same requirements that they're subject to. So as I've said before, it's time to grow up. It's time for Sacramento to be the big city that we say we are and move forward for just policy changes and structural changes and make this city the city that it needs to be. So with that, I urge your support.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. This is Zoe Kipping in District 4. I wanted to address a couple members of the council first. Angelique, I don't believe that this revised version falls in line enough with your amendments that you mentioned last week. I would encourage you to vote against it. And Steve Hansen, I would urge you to have consistency in being against this change to city government and to once more continue your legacy of standing with the League of Women Voters. To the mayor and the council as a whole, I still see this measure as disingenuous. The sandwiching of this proposed ballot measure has so many contradictions that don't add up and don't make sense. We have the addition of participatory budgeting while simultaneously giving a veto line item budget power to the mayor, which makes that new public participation avenue moot. And furthermore, there's nothing that bars us from making an equity framework a priority tonight in everything that this council does. We don't need to put this to a public vote in order to institute a culture and a priority of equity within City Hall by training all City Hall staffers, by training the mayor and City Hall council members. I also think it's contradictory to put the rights of the minority up to a majority vote in order to center them. I think that goes against what equity is about. And I want to remind you that equity is a prism, it's a lens, it's not a box to tick. Adding layers of expensive bureaucracy is not helpful, and neither is waiting until November and then stalling even later to implement it. This is something that can be done immediately. And furthermore,
thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
I wanted to say that I don't trust your version of equity, Mr. Mayor, when Measure U was promised to further equity, and what we got were...
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Next
Thank you.
caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
My name is Brian Powers. I live in District 7. I want to focus on the mayor's initial comments
specifically his example about the mask requirement. No explanation was given why that was not and could not have been brought in front of the council for consideration. But I think the reason it's an excellent example of why this is a very bad proposal is that something like that would affect all of the citizens of Sacramento is something that should be considered and decided by all of our elected officials. Why any elected official, why any city council member in Sacramento would want to give up the responsibility and the right to be heard on that is a mystery to me. It should not, that type of decision should not be in the hands of one person. Several people also have brought up that there are other cities in California that have strong mayor governments. There are 5 of them, if I understand correctly. I want to focus on the 2 others in Northern California, the 2 in Northern California, San Francisco and Oakland. I personally do not want to live in a city that has problems like San Francisco and Oakland do. Their strong mayor forms of government have done nothing to resolve the kinds of problems that they have, and a strong mayor form of government in Sacramento would do nothing to resolve the problems that we have. So I again urge the city council to vote no on this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Greetings. My name is Nova, and I just have a couple of comments. One, just want to reiterate how important some points are, such as solidifying in the charter the commitment to invest $40 million in Measure U and inclusive economic development that cannot be changed just because conditions change, as well as making sure that we keep the 25% of the Measure U funds dedicated to youth. Participatory budgeting, we want to make sure that the community is allowed to engage annually in being able to determine the use of set-aside funds. Human Rights and Fair Housing Commission, race and gender equity link. Too often, Black businesses, organizations, communities, and individuals are left out of the equation, as well as the Ethics Commission and other important topics. We are way past due for effective and visible actions, results, and accountability. If there are to be amendments, we want to make sure that through this structural change, that the mayor is still able to work with the council and able to effectively connect to the people. And so I am in favor of letting people vote with their ballot and deciding if they are ready for these changes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gabriela Chavez, and I'm a Midtown resident, District 4. I'm calling in a strong opposition to this proposal. I call to ask you to please separate the Mayor Accountability and Community Equity Act into 2 charter amendments to allow borders the opportunity to consider them independently. I do not see the need to merge the 2, and I question the timing of this proposal. We're in a crisis, and we're seeking equity, but not at the cost of higher concentration of power. We simply did not have enough time to reach out to the community and provide information on the proposal. I understand the need to improve our current governance system. However, I don't believe that we have enough time to discuss it before November. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Erin Mahoney from District 4, and I represent nobody but myself. But I'm glad all those other callers back at the beginning of the meeting were able to get the script from their orgs to support this deeply problematic measure. Their ability to list all the sweet equity issues while ignoring the mayor's clear power grab in advance of more progressive city council members starting their term is quite impressive. If it's not clear, I oppose this measure. I'm disgusted by the combination of these 2 completely separate issues, a sneaky move that I believe Mayor Steinberg should be ashamed of. The people of Sacramento have shut down the Strong Mayor initiatives before, which is why you're now pairing it with things that everyone supports, like money for youth programs and economic development, as nebulous as that is. Giving more power to one person is not how to achieve systemic change, especially when that person continually ignores the people, not businesses that line his pocket, but ignores the people he is meant to serve. I hope you actually read the comments and listen to your constituents, because we are not in favor of the Strong Mayor Initiative, and we are offended that you combined it with issues of equity. And finally, defund the police and invest in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Effie Gant, Hampton Station Association President for the community of Hampton Station, District Council 8. I'm calling in reference to the sign-on of Strong Mayor. And I want to just make the comment that our country is a democracy for all government. And I focus in on the issues that we are already addressing and the problems. And we really need to work in unity together for all of the issues and the problems that we're trying to solve at the present time, and to continue to promote our democracy in the way that is represented as being America. So that's my comment, and everyone be safe and be blessed. And we're looking forward to more unity and culture representation pertaining to addressing the issues for health for our community, which is the Meadowview, Hampton Station communities. And we're solving, hopefully, some of it because we do grow. We're certified growers here, our nonprofit organization. And we grow fresh fruits and vegetables, and we have training events vocationally to make sure that our community and families know how to grow vegetables and how to eat healthy. So thank you for your time. All be blessed. All be safe.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Cassandra Jennings, and I'm the President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I'm a resident of District 7. I have offices in District 5, District 2, and District 3, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Bill Black in support of the Mayoral Accountability and Community Equity Act 2020. Let's let the people vote with their ballot in November and decide if they are ready to support Sacramento growing up. Sacramento is becoming a big city and more complex. With growing complexity, we must consider the structure changes along with the policy changes, especially those that come from the community, which I'm in strong support of. This act provides checks and balances while strengthening the mayor's role to be responsive to the community needs. Some have said that the act will give the mayor too much power. I say right now the mayor has little or no real power. In this current structure, the mayor, it just performs ceremonial duties, and he's one of 9 votes, same as everyone else, and he presides over meetings. This act, with the recent changes and updates, has improved not only the mayor's accountability, but also balancing the power with the city council. The city council has more power, and I think with the changes, the balance in veto and veto overrides will really be helpful. Mayor Steinberg has done a good job of listening and responding to the community's needs for justice and equity, whether it's homelessness, Measure U, inclusive economic development, the core program, or public safety reform. We are not where we want to be, but we are headed in the right direction. I urge you to support the Mayor Accountability and Community Equity Act and let the voters vote in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ali, and I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm calling to express my concerns regarding this proposal. I also want to quickly note I had quite a bit of trouble calling in, and the line was closed multiple times, and then obviously there's a 3-hour limit, so this is limiting the ability of residents to comment on this proposal. Just want to note that there's 2 separate initiatives proposed, one that changes the fundamental structure of the City Council and the roles and duties of the mayor, and one to increase the ability to integrate equity, justice, and access into our city infrastructure and budget. It's clear from previous public comments that individuals are supportive of the equity provisions of this package, but not necessarily the provisions that allow the mayor to exercise more executive authority over the city budget and operations. By packaging equity provisions with mayoral accountability provisions, this appears to be an attempt to increase the mayoral power by leveraging a promise of increased equity, which is not transparent and could be viewed as a deliberate attempt to confuse the issues. Therefore, the City Council should not move these very separate provisions forward in one package. The package should be split into 2 separate packages that can be weighed separately on their merits and what they will ultimately accomplish. If the mayor and the City Council are committed to these provisions, there should be no concerns with bifurcating them into 2 packages and enabling voters to weigh in on these issues separately. To be clear, we do need to conduct social equity analyses and increase the level to which the city's budget reflects the values of its residents. However, any action to change the city's fundamental structure, which may confer more power and authority on the mayor, is separate and apart from the need to address the fundamental inequities in our city. And I am confused as to why the City Council members are not more concerned about what this act will ultimately mean for their roles in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Kelly, calling from District 6, and it's been so nice to hear everyone from various organizations this evening being forced to stroke the mayor's already inflated ego in hopes of grabbing crumbs of funding from the mayor's tight police-wrapped pockets. And after hearing all the flagrant scripted ass-kissing, I wanted to remind you, Mayor Steinberg, that it's not a sweet spot, as you stated earlier, for people to dislike you. It makes you an incompetent mayor who cares only about retaining power without input from the constituents who oppose you. You've now publicly called yourself revolutionary and called Sacramento more deeply socially aware than any other city, which is an absolute joke coming from a man who doesn't believe in defunding the police, much less providing for the community with no ulterior motive in his own favor. There's absolutely no reason for this Equity Act and Strong Mayor Initiative to be coupled. There's no reason for you to be forcing this measure through on such short notice. It's no coincidence that you're trying to push this measure through after receiving such consistently abysmal feedback from the community. We know you're scared of the police union, you're scared of more progressive incoming council members, and you're scared of your own weaselly shadow, but I frankly don't give a shit. It's your literal job to do what the community wants, and in this case, it's for you to affect positive change for minority communities with no strings attached. By joining these 2 initiatives, you're openly forcing minority communities and disenfranchised youth to vote for a Strong Mayor Initiative against their own best interests, by giving them no other option in order to receive part of the city's budget or any other kind of equity, and it's absolutely appalling. It is disgusting and reprehensible to use our children to boost your own selfish agenda. These issues need to be separated so we can vote in support of funding our community without simultaneously having our feet kicked out from underneath us by the Strong Mayor Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Yoli, and I've been a resident of Sacramento for over 20 years. I think that we can see that in tonight's public comments and the written comments that are online, there's almost unanimous support for the equity portion of this item. And there's quite a bit of disagreement over the Strong Mayor Initiative. And that's why I call on the City Council to please separate these items, split these items on the ballot. It is undemocratic to make the Sacramento people who have historically opposed the Strong Mayor Initiative
to disapprove an equity initiative that there's obviously strong support for simply because they do not support the Strong Mayor Initiative, or to force them, also undemocratic, to force them to approve the Strong Mayor Initiative just because we need money for our community programs right now during a crisis where people are becoming more and more impoverished, homeless, and really need the help without having to approve a Strong Mayor Initiative at the same time. Please separate these items on the ballot. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sara Garcia. I live in District 3. I'm calling because I strongly oppose these measures being coupled. I want to speak directly to our council members. Mine is Jeff Harris, as he knows. I really want to question why you would support this measure at this time, listening to all the community feedback, aside from business owners that, as other community members have mentioned, seem to have gotten their script quite right. Really, I cannot think of a good faith reason for these items to be coupled. We want you to defund the police, not to give us a stronger executive. I urge you to not advance these motions, these charter amendments, as one issue, and consider why you allowed the amendments between last week and this week.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Danielle Prince, and I oppose placing the Mayoral Accountability Act of 2020 on this or any ballot, and I hope that a majority of the council will oppose it as well. Generally speaking, a strong mayor proposal is anti-democratic, as Councilmember-elect Katie Valenzuela shared earlier with a powerful example from Seattle, as well as an additional caller sharing about her experience with strong mayor in Indiana. Beyond the critical point of the anti-democratic nature of the proposal, Mayor Steinberg, in particular, has not earned a restructuring of decision-making power to make his input unilateral. Mayor Steinberg has repeatedly made decisions for this community that favor business interests, such as those calling in tonight in favor of this strong mayor proposal, all while his policy choices do not meet the needs of residents. For example, Mayor Steinberg helped weaponize police against our most vulnerable neighbors, those who are unhoused. And they are unhoused due to Mayor Steinberg's failure to prioritize fair housing development because it clashes with the business interests he favors. Also, regarding the equity provisions, these need to stand on their own, not connected to an anti-democratic measure by a mayor who hasn't ever taken a stand against racism in this community, particularly regarding police brutality. Before Stephon Clark was murdered, Mayor Steinberg was quoted repeatedly saying Sacramento did not have a problem with police misconduct in Sacramento, that this was a problem for other cities, not ours. But while he was saying this, Sac PD had already murdered 2 African-American residents prior to Stephon's murder, and those murders occurred following terroristic harassment by people who were having mental health crises. Had Mayor Steinberg acted immediately upon taking office and addressed community input about the problems with Sac PD, Stephon Clark might still be alive, and Daryl Richards might still be alive. Taken together, Mayor Steinberg's choices reveal that he lacks.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
He lacks the character and authentic community-rooted leadership required to be trusted with strong mayor powers, even if the proposal itself weren't fundamentally anti-democratic.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, I'm here to ask if this whole thing is a joke. You know that the extension of mayoral power is not popular. It was voted down twice. Instead of respecting the will of the people, you are essentially playing the role of cartoon supervillains, announcing that you will let the innocent townspeople die from the disease unless your demands are met. Fix yourself, do your job, help people. Goodbye.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Brian. I live in District 7, and I just want to say, you know, I think the community has asked for equity. It has not asked for Mayor Steinberg to take more power. So I think you need to separate these initiatives and honestly just scrap the Strong Mayor initiative. Sacramento has voted against that enough. With that, I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Elena calling from District 5. I'm here to urge you to separate the Strong Mayor and community equity portions of this act. Our community is in dire need of support and investment, but it's unfair to pair it with Strong Mayor. These two proposals are not related, and many people have opposing views on them. As it stands, I fear that our community would not get the support it needs because voters will oppose Strong Mayor. Your priority right now should be with the community. And I urge you not to take this responsibility lightly. Do the right thing and give voters the opportunity to decide on these issues separately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Philip Kim. I'm a Sacramento resident and homeowner in Southland Park, District 4. I'm also the treasurer of the Wellstone Progressive Democrats of Sacramento and a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America. And I'm speaking tonight in strong opposition to Strong Mayor. Why would we give this mayor more power and veto power when he's shown on a number of important issues that he's actively working against the interests of working class people? At a time when people in Sacramento and all across the country are rising up against police brutality and are demanding racial justice, this mayor wants to raid Measure U sales tax money and divert it to the police. Instead, we need to cut the police budget in half and reallocate funds to useful community services like healthcare, housing, education, etc. At a time of widespread homelessness and skyrocketing rents, this mayor opposes putting a real rent control on the ballot and opposes an elected rent board. People are struggling. We need rent control, and we need to cancel rent and mortgage payments during the pandemic. We need publicly owned social housing as well. And now with at least one new progressive incoming city council member, hopefully two, the mayor wants to take power away from city council. And the timing of this proposal after the primary election is very suspect. This comes across as an anti-racial justice, anti-renter, anti-working class power grab that Sacramentans should vigorously oppose. City council should support working class Sacramentans, support racial justice, and support renters by voting no on putting Strong Mayor on the ballot. At the very least, you should split off the community equity part and let voters consider the two parts separately. Thank you very much, and thank you, Katie Valenzuela and Mai Vang, for your leadership on this issue. Please vote no on Strong Mayor. Defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, good evening. This is Gigi calling. I'm in District 4. I would like to express that I do not support the Strong Mayor initiative. And I would like to ask that you separate this from the Community Equity Act, something for which the community has fought for years, something that the community actually wants. So not only is it embarrassing to me as a constituent that you're including this rider, it should be embarrassing to all of you, as it's a clear acknowledgement of the lack of faith in the passing of this measure on its own. Take it off the ballot, focus on what's important, and figure out how to feed and shelter your constituents. Let the people decide. Let them vote on rent protections. That's actually something the community fought for and asked for. Save this for a time when people have space and time to weigh the merits, not a time when they're merely trying to survive an unprecedented global pandemic. This is a time to talk to community organizations and ask what resources they need to support your constituents. It's embarrassing that most of the people that are calling in support are business associated. It's really showing us how you prioritize the needs that you want to address. It seems like you want to address what the businesses are asking for, not what your community members, your constituents are asking for. So take a moment and ask yourself why you decided to do this right now, why you think it's important, and how this would actually help people today. You know? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathleen Ave. I live in District 5, and I oppose this item. With Dan Wu, I recently co-chaired the Community Health and Resilience Technical Advisory Committee of your Mayor's Climate Commission, which recently produced extensive recommendations to address the all-encompassing climate emergency we find ourselves in. As part of that nearly 2-year process, not one person raised Strong Mayor as a solution to the multiple social, economic, and environmental issues we discussed, and we discussed many solutions. Contrary to this proposed consolidation of power, there was broad recognition that is consistent with national best practices of the need to build community capacity to assume greater power and agency to address unique neighborhood challenges in a collaborative manner. We already have climate bearing down on us, and now we have a pandemic, and it is disappointing, to say the least, that instead of embracing and accelerating those extensive recommendations and the immediate challenges we face, you chose to devote resources, all of our resources, to this misguided and hasty measure that has been given mere days for public review. There is nothing in the current charter that precludes collaboration to shift resources to disinvested communities, and the promotion of equity and police accountability. Those important goals should not be used as carrots to further centralize power. Finally, I cannot understand why any of the current council members would support this dilution of your power and accountability to your constituents. Please vote no.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, members of City Council and Mayor Steinberg. My name is Enzo, and I'm a resident in District 4, Steve Hansen's district. I urge you, council members, to vote against this deceitful Strong Mayor proposal. This measure is a perfect example of why people find politics despicable. No one in their right minds objects to truly actively pursuing equity in the way our government operates. What this proposal does is needlessly hold Sacramento's voters hostage to a proposal to consolidate mayoral power. Our council has the power to pursue equity initiatives. The free bus tickets for K-12 students that SACRT offers is an excellent example of this. If the mayor and council are so confident that voters want this, which we didn't the last time around, they should let the proposal stand on its own, separate from the equity initiative. This is an initiative that is designed to deceive voters with one measly week of public input. I look forward to this evening serving as a litmus test for the integrity of every member of this council. It's not going to be an evening we forget. Thank you for your time and good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Larry Glover Mead. I'm a resident of District 2. I want to thank everyone. I know this is a long evening. I just wanted to share my feeling that this shouldn't not be on the ballot. I think this is a very important issue and one that needs to have dialogue. And in the current environment we're in, there isn't the ability to have the robust dialogue and engagement that I think needs to take place. And by forcing this at the last minute onto the ballot, I think creates very limited opportunities, especially from those communities that are often ignored or not heard from or don't have a seat at the table. Even tonight, you can see that. Who are the first folks who all got in? There are people who already have a place at the table. The difference between the folks who are first calling in and the difference between that and the number of written feedback that was provided, there's a huge disparity there. And I find that troubling. And I really think that this is a situation, it's a forced emergency. I think that there needs to be robust outreach and robust dialogue. And quite frankly, that can't happen. And relying on technology is, quite frankly, a way to disenfranchise those communities who don't have ready access to that. As a case in point, there are numerous people who had extreme trouble trying to make public comment here. There are still folks who are writing on Twitter and Facebook, they cannot call in, that the phone line is closed. There have been times where people have been dropped from the phone tonight. And it seems as if there's a deliberate attempt to try to squash that participation.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
So I urge the city council tonight to not put this on the ballot and wait till the next election so you can actually hear from voters who don't already have power and you can give a voice to the voiceless. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Monica Vehar. I'm a second-generation Sacramentan, and I live in District 4. However, I grew up in District 8. I do want to say my grandparents came from Mexico and also Southern California in the late 1930s. And this is our home. We have a lot of relatives throughout the Sacramento region, and I have become disheartened with the homelessness, the drug addiction that is pervasive throughout the nation, the littering along the American River Bike Trail and throughout the city. I feel that our mayor and council should focus their energies there, as well with social equity, and also provide services, particularly in the South area, where the South area has been neglected over the years, with trees, cooling centers, and places that are safe for seniors to social distance and to feel that they can be part of a community and not travel far from their homes. A senior swimming pool would be great. I do oppose the strong mayor measure. I do support a separate amendment for social equity. And I do want to say that I have seen the mayor work hard, and I am happy with this mayor as opposed to our last mayor, who never heard and listened to social equity issues or homeless issues. It was always about the new arena. I want to thank you, Daryl, for getting out there after the riots and cleaning up the city. I should have been out there too, and I hope to in the future. That to me is good leadership. I do believe you care. I just don't think it is right for any one person to have.
Thank you
so
for your
much
comments.
power.
Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, I suppose the Social Equity Act, but not the Strong Mayor Initiative. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for nearly 3 important hours of public testimony on top of the same number or more hours last Tuesday. I'm glad that everyone who called in, we opened the lines, reopened the lines a couple of times. Hopefully everybody got in. I now want to turn it over to the members of the City Council. We can go again by district, or how does one want to do this? Councilmember Ashby, do you want us? We went 8 through 1 last time. We might go the opposite.
Let's do it again. It worked.
What was that?
Let's do it again. It worked.
Whatever you say, Councilmember Carr. Go
Thank you,
right ahead. You're on.
I have a PowerPoint I'm pulling up. Okay, before I start, I have a disclaimer to make. I developed these comments all before 2 p.m. today, and this process is moving so rapidly that there could have been amendments and updates right up until council time, which I didn't address or am not addressing here. Many of the speakers ask, who asked for this? And I've been trying to figure that out too. I cannot find any neighborhood leaders in District 8 who asked for a charter amendment for strong mayor. And they have been contacting me. They've been contacting me about masks, about food, about rental assistance, about homeschooling assistance, about small business assistance, and about COVID-19 testing. None of the constituents in District 8 asked or even mentioned anything about strong mayor, and most of them had never even heard about it or knew about it until I mentioned it to them. I would imagine that most council members also probably didn't know that the mayor had directed the city attorney to expend considerable public resources in developing the charter amendment before it even came to council the first time, before there was any knowledge if there was a majority of the council that wanted to address this issue and expend city resources on it. This is directly contrary to our council policy, which expressly prohibits individual members from consuming significant city resources without council approval. This is what we mean by accountability. This is what we mean by transparency.
Councilmember Carr,
Let
guilty is charged. And I actually think it speaks to the very problem that the elected mayor of this city, and I want to debate you here a little bit, that the elected mayor of this city would not have the right to work with the city attorney to develop a suggested change to the charter. You may think that's wrong. I think it's exactly the right thing for a mayor to do. And yet under the system, apparently—
Do I still have the floor?
It is in question, sir.
Do I still have the floor?
You sure do.
All it takes, as one of the callers mentioned, is to bring it before the council and let the council approve it. If each of us acted in that manner, each of us stressed the city in that manner, we would overwhelm the city staff. That's why we don't do it. That's why we voted for it and you voted for it, that we wouldn't do it. Accountability starts with saying what we're going to do and what we're not going to do. You said we weren't going to do it, and then you did it. The items listed here, as many of the speakers have said, are under the social equity umbrella. And there's not anything here that we could not adopt at the next council meeting if we had some leadership to do it. They can be adopted by the council at any time and should not and need not be cemented in the city charter. By taking a look at the proposal in some detail, if you look at section 13, it says the city council should develop a means to ensure efficient and effective response to constituent complaints. But the mayor in this proposal would control code enforcement, solid waste, animal control, police and fire, and all city departments. How is it that the city council would be responsible for responding to constituents' complaints? Had this proposal been thoroughly vetted, I'm not saying studied, vetted, such incomprehensible statements would have been examined and removed from the document. And I'm sure there are many others. When you pull the blanket back, this baby is ugly. Many cities have studied their governance structure, but not many have approached the subject in such a sloppy and haphazard way. No offense given that. Take, for example, the city of Austin that many of us visited and found to be a beautiful city on a study mission. They commissioned the LBJ School of Public Affairs to take a look and do an analysis of government structures and what worked best for them. There are many forms of local governments. When I say many, there are three. The first is the mayor-council form, which is the subject of this amendment. It is the oldest form of local government existing in the United States. And in this form, the mayor is the political as well as the executive and administrative head. He can be a strong or stronger mayor based on how much power the charter gives him. The commission form is elected individuals serves as heads of various functional areas of the city, such as Portland, Oregon is the only city that does this. You get elected in Portland and you can be in charge of public works or any of the other city functions. Then you have the council manager function, which we have now. It's designed to provide more effective governance while retaining democratic control. This features an elected board of directors, which is the city council, led by a layperson mayor, and appointment of a professional city manager, CEO, similar to models used by schools, nonprofits, and for-profit organizations. So many are calling to say we need to modernize, but we've already modernized. We've moved from mayor council to council manager. This chart represents the cities with populations over 100,000 and their forms of government. In all cities over 100,000, 176 are council manager, like we have in the city of Sacramento. 97 are strong mayor, and one employs the commission form, the city of Portland. By 2014, 3 cities switched from strong mayor to council manager. 9 cities rejected changing from council manager to strong mayor. And the city of Austin also rejected that. And then in November of 2014, Sacramento became the 9th city to reject change to strong mayor, and the vote was 57 to 43%. I think some of the callers have alluded to that. Let's look at the powers. Let's understand what we're talking about when we say strong mayor or council manager. An appointment of the city manager under the council manager form of government, the city council appoints the city manager. In a strong mayor scenario, the mayor would appoint the city manager with the concurrence of the council. And if you wanted to make the mayor really strong, he just appoints the city manager all by himself. The removal of the city manager under our structure calls for the city council to do it. Under a strong mayor proposal, the mayor could do it with the concurrence of the council. And under a very strong mayor situation, the mayor can remove with or without cause, subject to a 2/3 vote override within 15 days. Very strong position. Appointment of department heads. Under our system, under the current council manager system, the city manager appoints department heads. Under a strong mayor, the mayor directs the city manager, and also under a stronger mayor. So while those individuals may not work directly for this mayor, the city manager works directly for the mayor, and you can guess what's going to happen under those situations. What about the work of departments? No role for the council in our form of government. We don't get involved in the work of the departments. Under a strong mayor, the mayor would be directing the city manager what to do, and under a stronger mayor, the same thing. Preparing the budget, where we are now, the city manager prepares the budget, and under the strong mayor, the mayor would prepare the budget, and under a stronger mayor, the mayor would prepare the budget as well. On approval of the budget, currently the city council would approve the budget. Under a strong mayor system, the city council would still approve the budget, but under a stronger mayor, the council would approve the budget, but the mayor has veto and line item veto, 2/3 required for council override. Passage of ordinances, the city council passes them. Under strong mayor, the city council would pass them. And under a stronger mayor, there may be a veto power. In purchasing, it's not addressed in this document. We currently have a delegation of $250,000 to the city manager. I assume that would be passed along under the stronger mayor proposal, and probably at a later date, a request for a higher delegation authority. There hasn't been a lot of work done on really digging into this other than the IBM study that has already been mentioned. And what they're saying is that spending is going to increase, revenue is going to decrease, and local governments must find a way to reduce and close their budget gaps. The cities must operate smarter and do more with less. And they recommend, which we have started to do with our auditor, is to start benchmarking, comparing our operational profiles against similar cities. And that can see how we are doing, as well as asking our constituents to rate us on how we are performing. What they found is that the most important factor in determining efficiency of a city is management. And as someone mentioned earlier, the council manager cities are 10% more efficient than strong mayor cities. Why is that? Because you have a professional running the city, not a layperson who could get themselves elected. Let's look at the current roles, because someone mentioned this and I want to touch on it a little bit. Currently, the mayor has charter duties. He presides, he votes, he does not have a veto, and he has no administrative duties. But he also has unwritten duties. He leads in setting the goals for the city. He leads in setting policy priorities. And he leads the council to be an effective governance team. The council works with the mayor to give the city manager clear goals, objectives, and overall policy direction. He gives orders to the city manager as a body. The council speaks to the city manager as a body, not as individuals. What does the city manager do? He directs implementation of council policies and budget, appoints and supervises all city employees except specified charter members. So the city manager works for the council and the mayor, but they work for the council and the mayor not as individuals, but as a body. And that's been the main problem with the functioning of the city council in Sacramento. We do not work as a body to direct the city manager. We have not developed the policies that are necessary to direct his implementation. We have not given him the policy so he can devise a budget. We have acted as individuals, and when we want to do something, just like was done on here, we go up to the staff and tell them to do it as individuals, and it produces utter chaos. In summary, Sacramento has used the council manager model since 1921. In California, 440 of the 480 cities operate under the council manager form of government, to include San Jose, Long Beach, and Santa Cruz. Under this form of government, it is the city manager's advantage to make the council look good. It is the council's advantage to give the city manager the professional latitude to advise the best way forward, including working out the details of accomplishing the council's objectives. This form has been in place for 99 years because it works. It is the modern form. The form of government that we moved away from, the strong mayor form, is the old form. This form was developed to create accountability, transparency, and make sure that neighborhoods are represented. But it only works if people stick to their roles, if the mayor leads us in setting goals, establishing those goals and passing them on to the city manager, if he leads in development of policy priorities, if he leads in making sure we have an effective governance team, and if the council speaks with one body to the city manager, does not backdoor him, does not go around him, gives him clear orders as to what is to be accomplished, and then makes sure that they review that to make sure the city manager has done his job. I haven't come across an executive yet who would not do the job provided they had clear policy, direction, and guidance. So I am not in favor of moving this forward. I am in favor of shelving this strong mayor proposal, and I'm in favor of bringing back to the council the social equity provisions that have been listed, and that is a motion.
All right, that is a motion. Thank you, Councilmember Carr. Let's see if there's a second, either now or as we go through the members. I'll leave your motion open, if you will, and await for a second. But let's go through the other members, if we might. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start with one additional edit that I would like to propose at this time, and it's under 14.3. And item 14.3, it talks about the appearance of the mayor. And if you see that, I wish I had a slide that I could put up. Would you read it, please?
Yes, I know. It came through the city attorney, I believe, from you to the city attorney. At the invitation, well, here's the section.
Right.
That the mayor shall appear before the public to deliver a general address on the state of the city, recommend the adoption of such measures as the mayor may deem expedient and proper. And then you seek to add.
Well, no, I want to continue with and be reasonably available to the public. I want to keep that in as it is. And then I want to add a sentence at the very end. And thank you, Mindy, for getting that up. I want to add the sentence at the very end, and at the invitation of the council president, the mayor shall address and update the council once per quarter. The reason that I'm proposing this last sentence is because as I look at 3 and read it with all its edits, it only has the mayor before the public one time at the general address. And then it's very vague when it says, and be reasonably available to the public. That there's no specificity there. Not specific enough to know when and how the mayor will appear before the public. And I feel very strongly that the mayor should be in front of the people more often than not. And I know you, Mayor, will do that, but we're not just putting this for just you, we're putting this for any mayor that would sit in that seat.
Sure.
Oh, I thought we should be intentional by saying, at the invitation of the council president or the council vice president, the mayor shall address and update the council once per quarter.
I think that's a great suggestion. I know I would be happy to take that as part of a motion on the overall measure. No problem.
Okay, so I just wanted to put that on record as far as that's concerned. I'd like to address now the conversation that's in front of us. I want to apologize to anybody that was dropped from the phone and could not get in. We've listened to 3 hours of public testimony, and by my record, we've listened to over 100 people. And I know there's some people who have written in as well. When we have more time, we'll have a chance to read how they feel about this. But I think for the last 2 weeks, we have done a good job of listening to the people, as you said early in your talk, Mayor. And the question that you asked that was very relevant for me is, what structure of city governance is best for the citizens of Sacramento? And as I try to look at that question and start looking at what we've put together, I feel very strongly, as Los Angeles did in 1999, as Fresno did in 1997, as San Diego did in 2006, and as Oakland did in 2004. I feel very strongly that a city that has grown at the rate that Sacramento has grown, and it is now the sixth largest city in the state of California, I feel very strongly that we should move in the direction of a strong mayor form of governance as those cities did. And even each one of them, not every one of them, but some of them had trial periods. Some of them put in temporary systems before they made it permanent. But each one of them had a different way of bringing it to their city. But they're all operating now as a strong mayor form of governance. I feel that Sacramento is ready for that form of governance as well. I think the public usually thinks that the mayor has executive authority, and I think that's been said by many of our speakers. And many of them don't know who the city manager is, even though we have an excellent city manager. They don't know who he is, and they don't know what he does. And people look to the mayor as the person that is the mover and the shaker in the city, when in many cases that may not be the case under our current form of governance. Mayor, when I look at the current form of governance and it gives the mayor a single vote, just like it does all the other council members, I think the title of mayor is somewhat of a misnomer that has very little power at all, where you're chairing the meetings and you're giving the state of the city address, but many of your duties are very ceremonial. I don't feel in a city of our size, that's the form of governance that we should be in. So I think many of the callers said something that I'm in favor of, and that is to let the people vote on what is best for the city of Sacramento. And I feel that I don't know at this point in time how the people will vote on these charter revisions. We've listened to a number of people, but when the whole city votes, I feel like these are very progressive reforms. But what I am sure of is that the council should put this on the November ballot and let the citizens decide. I feel very strongly that that should be the case. And in doing so, the people will decide whether the city should spend $40 million a year on inclusive economic development and our youth. They will decide on making the city's sunshine ordinance and the ethics commission permanent. They will decide on analyzing every major decision we make and the impact on people of color, on women, on LGBTQ residents, and any other disadvantaged population of people. They will decide on allowing the mayor to propose the city's budget and bring in participatory budgeting to our city in a real way. They will decide on giving the mayor more responsibility and making him the chief CEO in charge of accountability. And so I feel very strongly our next step is to put this on the November ballot and let the people of Sacramento vote on what is in the best interest of this city.
Thank you
Thank
very
you, Mayor.
much. Thank you very much, Councilmember Jennings. It's really important for me to hear every member. Can we just take 60 seconds so that I can run just for 60 seconds and I will be right back. 60-second break.
Susanna, the microphone is picking you and Howard up, and Mindy.
Thank you, members, and members of the public for indulgence. Let's mix it up a little bit. Instead of going straight down the line, I'd ask Mayor Pro Tem Ashby to weigh in, please.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. And I too would like to thank all of the callers who called in and folks who have sent in messages or reached out and hearing from my colleagues. And I look forward to hearing from the ones who haven't spoken yet either. I wrote out my comments so that I wouldn't miss any. But I first want to say how much I appreciate Councilmember Carr and how much I hate being on the opposite side of him. Lucky for me, it doesn't happen that often, but that was definitely Professor Carr taking us to school today with a PowerPoint presentation that was well researched. So I always appreciate him. I do have a few comments. I have supported this model previously, and it really hasn't changed all that much. It's, in my opinion, very similar to what was proposed by Kevin Johnson. And I supported it then. To me, it feels like it would be disingenuous for me to not support it now. It's not a surprise to anyone that I didn't vote for Daryl for mayor. I voted for myself, right? And so for me, I'm not doing this because of Daryl or because of Howard or because of any member of this council. When we looked at this last time, I really believed it was the right thing for Sacramento to do. And when it didn't pass, I felt like Sacramento just wasn't ready. And so, you know, it's been a few years, and if a mayor wants to ask the question again, I can't see giving him a different answer than the one I gave the last. So for me, some folks mentioned the litmus test. I think that for me, this is about being consistent and honest and above board and trying to do what I think is right for the city and not basing my position on personalities. Ultimately, this will be up to the voters. Our vote today is not about whether or not to change our city governance. Our vote today is about whether or not to let you, the voters, change our city's governance. And you need to decide if you want to do that or not. I personally have long believed that Sacramento is ready for that move. When you have the opportunity to work with other cities across the country, which some of us do and some of us don't, I personally have. And here's the thing, there is a big difference when you work with people who are mayors of strong mayor cities versus ones who are not. They compete on a completely different level. They compete differently for federal funding, for statewide funding. They recruit businesses differently than we do. They handle emergencies differently than we do. And you can see that all over your television now, because when you turn on your TV now and you look at what's happening in COVID responses, the mayors that you're seeing on television, those are strong mayors, almost all of them, because they have the authority to do what is right for their community. And if they do it wrong, they won't be reelected or they'll be recalled, but they're held accountable for their actions one way or the other, which is, I think, what the mayor was trying to say when he was talking about the mask ordinance earlier. The mayor's role in Sacramento now is very much ceremonial. Listen, in some ways, he has less authority than each of us. He has no council district. In order to do anything in any council district, he has to work with one of us. We represent groups of people who look to us first. And he doesn't have any more of a vote or many more authority than any one of us. And if that's what folks want, is 8 council members elected directly and 1 ceremonial mayor, then they should vote no in November on this proposal, and then we can move forward as we do now. But then when a person runs for mayor, you shouldn't bother asking them what their vision for the city is unless every member of the council stands united with them, because they will have no ability to implement that vision without the authority to do so. I'm going to give you a different example than the face mask example. I fought for several years to get Centene to come here, and it was hard. And I said things on behalf of the city early on in hopes that I would be able to get my colleagues to support them. We almost lost Centene several times to other cities. Every time, cities with strong mayors fighting against me. we were having a mayoral change in the middle of all that. So I didn't really have a mayor to work with quite yet. We were in between, and it was very hard. And when you look at Sacramento, we really haven't recruited companies that big or that large. It's a bit of an anomaly. And part of why we got them is simply because we're the capital of the state of California and they really wanted to be here. And part of it is because I had a dogged approach at them. And when Daryl came on, he helped me. But if you had a strong mayor in place, they would recruit more Centenes. That is what happens across the whole city, across the whole country. You're fighting against cities that have a mayor that can fight with different resources and different tools and different authority than a council body that has to come up with a majority. And if this city wants to grow and wants to increase jobs and wants to do things differently with housing and recruit large housing industries to come here, then they have to have a mayor who can go out and fight for those things, because it's a competitive market. It doesn't just happen. This does not leave the council powerless. If it did, I wouldn't support it, but it doesn't. In fact, there are powers here that belong to the council that are taken away from the mayor. The mayor no longer has any say in SHRA. This body will control SHRA and land use and all the overrides and the initiation of ordinances and ultimate budget authority, and really ultimate authority on everything now that he's included. Even firing the city manager would require the council. Well, I guess the council could reverse that decision if they wanted to. So ultimately, 6 people on the council is the most powerful thing at the end of the day here. So I think that is balanced. I think that does create a level of accountability that folks are looking for. A 9th district is a good thing. Everywhere across governance, people are fighting for more representation. They want to add additional bodies. I happen to sit in a position of being the only woman for a little bit longer until Katie joins us, and maybe and that'll be great, because then there will be more women on this council. But if you open a 9th seat, you have another shot at getting another kind of person on here. When Steve Hansen leaves in a few months, there won't be an LGBTQ member on this body. And I think that's sad for the city of Sacramento. He's the first ever, and pretty soon he'll be gone. And so, this body deserves to have more representation and all different kinds of people who sit up here and share their thoughts. And a 9th seat does help us achieve that goal. One caller said that my recommendations probably weren't accepted last week. Actually, I made 15 recommendations and 14 of them were included in tonight's revisions. These are the revisions that I asked that are now included and I think are important. I asked for term limits, the mandatory review, which means that this has to be voted back into position, removal of the mayor's appointment authority, the annual audit for equity and diversity, to which Councilmember Hansen added LGBTQ, walling off the city manager's control of the agenda, forcing review of the mayor council staffing and budgets, forcing review of the city manager's spending authority, removing the minimum number of meetings on the mayor, and instead adding the language that they must be reasonably accessible. And I support Councilmember Jennings' addition to that. I also added the language to remind the mayor that he is in fact responsible for making sure there is no violation of a Brown Act based on his actions. There are a couple of things that, I'm concerned about. I don't love the timing of this. I wish there was no pandemic. I wish that we had started the conversation sooner. But then again, I've been on this council, and Councilmember Chenier and I have been here for 10 years, and there's never been a time that this wasn't being discussed on some level, in somewhere in the community, that people weren't talking about this. When Daryl and I ran for mayor, this was asked of us at every debate. What do you think about strong mayor? Should that come back? We both said the same thing always. Someday Sacramento needs to take that on, but that day wasn't in 2016. But maybe it is in 2020. And if it's not, then that's okay. Folks can tell us that with their vote, but I don't think we tell them that it's not time. I think we give them the chance. I don't love that the Ethics Commission is placed in here as a bit of a carrot. That feels a bit disingenuous to me, because the Ethics Commission and the Ethics Code are already in place. This just moves them from being ordinances to being part of the city charter. But that does add another layer of accountability in the sense that you'd have to go to the ballot to remove them. And finally, on the timing, campaigns are intended to inform people. And I would imagine there will be robust campaigns on both sides of this issue, and people will have plenty of opportunity to dig into the details and decide how they personally feel. For my part in all of this, I think that we need to set personalities aside and let the voters decide if they're ready to see Sacramento on the same stage as other big cities that compete in bigger ways. For my part, I'm absolutely ready for that. And if I were mayor, I would want to be in a position to fight with every tool in the toolkit for my city. And I want that for whoever's next. And I want that for Mayor Steinberg. And I want that for every mayor that sits in that seat, because Sacramento is my home. And I want whoever's representing me in that mayor's seat, and my family and my children and your families and your children, to be able to fight with every tool possible. So I say, let's let the voters tell us if they're ready. And if they are, great, let's see what we can do. And if in 2030 people don't like it and it seemed like it didn't work, fine, we won't renew it. All right, Mayor, that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby. Councilmember Warren?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This discussion tonight, in a lot of ways, I think it really is indicative of how we set our priorities. I thought Councilman Carr did an excellent job on his presentation. And then Mayor Pro Tem Ashby also, I think, went down her list of priorities and how they were accepted into what's now the new proposal. For me, it was very simple. I had really one recommendation, and that was to separate the social equity piece from the Strong Mayor's proposal. Obviously, that was not accepted because it's still included. My vote tonight will be a no vote. It will be a no, not because I don't believe that the mayor needs enhanced authority, because I do believe that. But I believe that the timing for this is very troubling. I think we have people fighting for their very lives, and the priority is for survival for them. This forces our community now to make very difficult decisions and try to mount, but first of all, try to gather all of the information that they have not been able to get by way of these last 2 weeks. And the people who wanted to respond and call in and ask questions, they're not able to do it. I've gotten inundated with calls and emails from people on both sides who are not able to participate in this discussion. And I think a decision of this magnitude people need to be able to weigh in. They need to be able to talk to their representatives. They need to be able to pose questions and then hold us accountable. I think I would be able to get past that, because I do think that the city citizens should be able to vote if the social justice or the social equity piece was set aside or brought forward independently of the Strong Mayor's proposal. Being that it's not, I am not able to, even though I supported the Strong Mayor's proposal in the past. This one is different. There are some differences between this one and the previous one, but I do believe our mayor should be empowered to help move our city forward. I do not believe that we give our constituents enough time to really understand what's being proposed, to ask the appropriate questions, and then to have us respond back to them, including the mayor, and having the mayor on record and us on record in addressing their questions. So I'm going to be I'm going to stop here. And assuming that the proposal does not change, my vote will be in opposition to putting it on the ballot at this particular time.
Thank you. Councilmember Guetta, are you back or not? Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a little bit like deja vu here, right, Ms. Ashby? A few things. One is I want to add my thanks. You know, we always want to engage folks in our discussions. The emails, texts, phone calls, running into people in the park with masks and social distancing, of course. But I think it's important, and I think it's a healthy thing for Sacramento to have the discussion about where we want to go. I really believe, and same as Council Member Ashby, I've been on the council almost 10 years now. I think this is the most pivotal time we've had for the city as a whole. And as we kind of chart the direction for the next decade, this is a really critical issue about how we govern ourselves and how we have or don't have the authority and the power to move ourselves forward. I don't think this is about our current mayor. I don't think this is about our current city manager. And I don't really think this is about the staff that we have who works so hard to continue to move the city forward. And I want to say thank you to all of the staff who work for the city. You represent us well, and we get lots of great comments. And we know that there's not enough of you, and the demands on you, particularly in these last couple of years, have been really great. So I just want to make sure that we recognize that. But again, I think this is the time that we chart ourselves for the future. You know, as I said, I've been on the council 10 years, and I've had a lot of frustration in how I've tackled issues. You know, whether it's housing, whether it's homelessness, whether it's gang issues or youth issues. I used to say when after the first few years that the city bureaucracy has beat the urgency out of me, because things just take so long to get done, and it takes so much time and effort, even on small issues, because of the system. And again, not because of the people. The people are great, from the management to everyone who works there, but the system itself just bogs you down and makes it so difficult to get things done. I think we can fix that, and I think this change in governance has the potential to really mark a difference in how we operate, the speed with which we operate. I think Angelique gave a great example with Centene and going after other businesses. If you have a mayor with the authority to really make commitments, rather than come back to the council and have a public debate and have a vote at the council, but to move quickly, it would make a huge difference. I don't think you could run a business with 9 people making decisions and having to get consensus every time you want to move forward in something. That just wouldn't work. And I don't think it works. It may work for a small city, but I think we've grown up, and we've passed that point. Maybe it was the 508,000 that did it. But I think we're ready to take that step. I think we were pretty much ready to take that step when we did this last time. But now, given the challenges before us, we've done great things, I think, in the last decade. The city has moved forward. Steve, it was the first time today when I was driving downtown that I saw the hole in the ground on J Street. How exciting that is to do it. The convention center, the powerhouse, the Crocker. If you look at all those things that have happened, Golden One over the last decade, we've made some amazing steps forward. But I think there's so much further we can go, and much more quickly, than we've been able to do in the past. So I want to say, like, going forward, I think we need to think about this a little bit different. We need to really take the issues of race and equity head on. That is the issue of the day for very good reason. It's been ignored for far too long. And I know that our staffs have been working on a lot of issues, and we're ahead of the game in some areas. But again, to get to the goals that we have of where we need to go, we need to move much quicker, and we all need to be accountable for what we want to do. I think we need to have clear objectives in that area. We need an analytical framework or analytical tools and a framework that works for where we want to go. I'd like to, as part of this, I have two requests. The first one is that we ask the city staff to bring a timeline for a draft of a racial equity action plan that encompasses all of the things that we've been talking about, that Steve's talked about, that Angelique has talked about in LGBTQ and in gender, adding that to race. That's my first request. So I'm going to make that to, regardless of how we turn out today, but I'm going to make that request to Howard. There are, as people have said, we could do a lot of these things that are in the charter amendment now, but nothing guarantees that they stay unless they are part of the charter amendment. That's the big difference. And I think there's a lot of the pieces that we can move forward on. I want to talk about the 25% of the 40 million for youth. I am one who would have liked to have seen this non-supplant language in there. I feel like, once again, we're going to put young people at the back of the line here as we move forward. But I do think I understand the situation. I'm willing to kind of move forward with this, just saying that it is the intent of the council to do that. And I think that what we heard from the mayor, what we heard when we did the joint meeting with the Youth Commission, we had 100% of the council saying we need to invest more in our young people. So I'm confident that we can continue to move that forward. You know, the challenge for me is, and I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues today about, you know, locking those dollars up. We lock dollars up all over the place. Every time we sign a contract with one of our employee groups, we lock dollars up for 1, 2, or 3 years. We don't lock dollars up for young people. We don't. I'm not sure where the commitment is that can hold because we don't have a contract with our young people. And I hope we can get there in some different ways. What I'd request here, and this is my second request, is that we work with the city manager's office and EFC to put together a resolution. And we definitely want to work with the mayor's office. We put off until 2022 the youth initiative that the mayor had put on when with Measure G. Measure G obviously lost. We have a number of components of Measure G that we wanted to carry forward. I made a number of recommendations as well, that we started having conversations with a lot of the kids, young people from EBASI and Youth Forward. I want to continue those conversations and see if this fall we could put together a resolution that would really be specific about how we implement the $10 million out of the $40 million. I don't want that just to go out. We have a youth development framework we've adopted, but what I'd like to see is some of the components about how that money is spent, who makes those decisions, how we involve youth and engage young people with their voice in making those decisions. So I would ask that we can bring back a resolution for the council to consider in the fall, so September, or possibly even October. I think that will also give folks who are looking at the charter amendment a little bit more of an idea, at least in that part, of how monies will be spent and how those decisions will be made. My bottom line on a lot of this is that the buck has to stop somewhere. And currently it stops in 9 different places. And I just don't think that works very well. I agree with Angelique again that this doesn't take power away from the council. it shifts some responsibilities, and in some cases, the power will grow, but it will really force, I think, a good conversation between the mayor as the executive and the council. We have a long way to go as a city. I think that doing this and putting this on the ballot, giving folks a chance to vote for it up or down, if it passes, I think it moves us to our goals quicker. So I would like the buck to stop in the mayor's office in collaboration, working with the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chenier. Let me turn it over now to Councilmember Hanson, please.
Hi, Mayor. Is this some kind of Russian roulette? Just, here at the end.
Like the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm just trying to, pick and random.
Are you trying to convince us that your role not being on the council would mean we could choose who speaks ourselves? I'm just teasing you a little bit. I have a question for the city attorney or city manager. There's one piece that was changed from last week that I have a question about, and it's in relation to the piece about the city manager not being able to place items on the agenda. Much of the calendar is honestly things that are administrative and in relation to non-controversial items, accepting grants, small non-controversial contracts, etc. How would we address that, given that the council could prevent routine items from going on the agenda with the way that this is drafted?
Councilmember Hanson, the language would say that the city manager, who would be responsive to the mayor, would not have the right to place matters on the city council meeting agenda. So it's not in the negative. Your question was, how would that prevent the city manager from putting?
Well, no, it does prevent the city manager from placing non-controversial items on the agenda. And I think because so much of the work of the city is just routine processing of paperwork to be consistent with California law and to have the council review items, that if you're saying that the city manager has no right in the administration of the city to have the council hear items, I think that we should update that to mean non-controversial, that he can't put controversial items on, or that has the ability to place non-controversial items on the agenda.
If I may, as draft, I think how that would functionally work is I would work with, or the city manager would work with the council president to put those types of items on the agenda.
Correct, and that's
Madam
why,
City Attorney.
That's why the request came to us. Actually, was one of Councilmember Guerra's requests, so that the city, the council president would be the one with the primary authority to establish the agenda for the city council.
And what would happen in the instance where a council would refuse a non-controversial item because of some undue influence or some other issue?
Well, it would essentially be the same type of process we have now, where the person responsible for establishing the city council agenda would put matters on.
City attorney, if I could, Mayor, can I just for a moment?
Yeah, please.
I think Councilmember Guerra and I both asked for this item, and last time when we wrote the last strong mayor version, there was a draft of the council rules and procedures put together, and I happened to serve on that committee, and Matt Ruyak was the legal counsel to that group. And so, Councilmember Hanson, as it's written right now, both the president and the vice president could put items on the agenda, and they do it in consultation with the clerk and the city attorney. So I would imagine if you were a council member that was on the outs with both the vice president and the president, first of all, those are elected every year by the council, so you would want to not vote for them the following year. But if you were somehow found yourself on the outs with both of them and couldn't get them to put something on the agenda, you would be able to work with the city attorney to have them make the request to the president and vice president in consultation, just as you would now with the city manager and the mayor. If one of us wanted to put an item on and the mayor didn't want to do it and the city manager didn't want to do it. because the city attorney still works for all of us.
No,
Section-
I
if you
understand
look
that.
at, Section 14 of 6, part of by switching to this form of government, which creates more of a legislative requirement on the council, Section 6 would require that we the council begin to develop a set of rules that have a legit legislative process for that. And so I think that's also part of the big question that's going to have to happen is now the council is going to have to think about what's their legislative process going to look like in this new system of government.
I think the issue is that the way that that is drafted is somewhat narrow and says ordinances and resolutions. But a lot of times we have other things that come before us as well. And maybe we do often adopt contracts as resolutions. But I think it's less the issue of what happens when a council member proposes something. But if the council itself is opposed to a contract that the city must enter into to accept a grant, the council leadership and denies the city manager the ability to place it on the agenda. So I guess it's 22F and it's under the city manager powers is the place. And I just caught this as I was reviewing it again.
It's listed twice in there. Once Matt Ruyak would have to chime in to remind me where, but when I talked to him, he put it in there twice. Once is in the city manager's powers, and then there was a second place where they discussed that again. I think it might have been I think it was in the section about who can put things on the agenda where it says it's the vice president.
Right, Ewan. And Matt Ruyak is on the line, and he can supplement what I'm about to say. This is really a limitation on the city manager's authority. It does not limit the council's authority to set its own agenda and set its rules and procedures by which to do so. This just says the city manager.
So could the city council?
I understand that. I understand that. And the point is that the city council could block the city manager from performing his duties as the administrative officer of the city under this proposed language because it's so hard and fast. I think it needs to be changed slightly to allow the city manager to either recommend items to the city council or to place non-controversial items on the agenda for the administration of the city.
Councilmember Hanson, would it be okay to add a sentence that says declaratively the city manager may recommend placing any items on the city council agenda? Would that be enough of a signal?
Not any items. He's saying non-controversial items.
Okay.
Yeah, and to the extent that we could do that, I think it resolves that that issue. But there are so many items that are routine and non-controversial. I just don't want them to be held hostage in some standoff between the mayor and council, as we see with the legislature right now, where the Senate and Assembly are holding bills hostage. I know I spoke to Councilmember Guerra yesterday about his work trying to free a bill. And there's a lot of that kind of back and forth that would concern me on routine items.
So if that is part of the motion, we can instruct the city attorney to add that kind of a sentence, or can you do that as well?
Well, perhaps we can add a reference to unless specified under council rules. So you allow the and without the right to place matters on the city council not provided for under the city council rules and procedures.
I think, Madam City Attorney, what I would be happy with is with the right to recommend or the right to place non-controversial items on the city council meeting agenda. Obviously, the council can reject them, but at least they would be heard. We do a lot of footsie sometimes with items, just getting them on the agenda for council consideration. And one of the things, and I think Councilmember Guerra is earnest about, and I agree with, is that often, even in the legislature, it is unheard of for a bill not to even get a hearing. And I just want to make sure that at least routine items that are non-controversial get heard in due course and either accepted or rejected by the council or held over for further consideration. Councilmember Ashby and Gara, since you made this particular recommendation, is that
Yeah, I
something
think
you
that's
could
fine.
accept?
I think that's fine. What he's suggesting, a comma, and then that the city manager could make a recommendation on routine and non-controversial items. Obviously, it could still be rejected, but that they should, whoever, he or she, that is the city manager, should be able to make a recommendation that things be included on that agenda that are routine and non-controversial. Is fine with me.
I think whatever, because it's going to go into the charter, I think just guidance here on not being overly prescriptive in that would probably be the best.
Or that I would be happy with it to be set by council rule and procedure of the city manager's authority to place items on the agenda.
I think that's what
That
Suzanne
would be
wanted
perfect.
to do, put a comma and just say, except as outlined in council rules and procedure, and then we would actually put the language of routine and non-controversial items in the council rules and procedure instead of in the charter. I think that was Susanna's original, which is fine also.
Yeah, and your council rules and procedures, you could actually be much more specific. You could say contracts, you could, spell it
Yeah.
out a lot.
I think that makes sense.
Councilmember Hanson, it would, to play out the worst case scenario that you are talking about, which could happen, it would mean that the city council at the very beginning of their legislative year would have to not put something like that in their rules as a way to face off against the city manager. And that would seem very unlikely, right? We just have to make sure that the council rules are written to allow the city manager to do exactly what you said. Are you okay with that?
I am, if it's less prescriptive and allows the city manager the authority pursuant to council rules and procedures to place items on the agenda.
Okay.
Which is what I heard the city attorney say. And
okay.
It sounds like there was concurrence from the two.
Go ahead. Continue with your comments, please.
Assuming that that's accepted, I think that everyone knows, and there's been many text, tweets, phone calls, emails. It's well understood that in 2013, when this matter came before the council last, I voted against placing a measure on the ballot. I was in the minority at that point on that particular issue, and over the course of the year that proceeded from that, we had a long, raging debate, and as many of the commenters have noted, this has been entertained by the council. Previous to that, there was an initiative that was struck down as a revision to the city charter and not an amendment. And the people who signed that petition through the same process that has seen other measures struck were not able to vote on that at that time. And so, as we engaged in this, Mayor, I first want to thank you for 4 years of relative tranquility, where we didn't really talk about this. And as you endeavored mightily to not only implement your vision, but to work collaboratively with the council and with the public to meet the vision that you have, and honestly to carry forward the concerns that we hear not only weekly at council meetings, but through a lot of other sources: housing, homelessness, the issues of race and gender and equality, the issues of immigration, and certainly in the era of Donald Trump, our city is convulsed with a lot of different challenges as we faced off against the federal government to try to defend our values. It's also clear to me that there is an opportunity here, and I disagree with at least a couple of my colleagues on the idea that we cannot separate the question of whether or not the ballot measure can proceed to the ballot and disagree on the ultimate policy of the ballot measure. And I think oftentimes this particular body is lobbied, and certainly a lot of people called in on both sides of the measure tonight, by groups of people who want to see their will carried out. But now we are in a city of almost 510,000 people. And when a couple hundred people call in, it is a very significant thing. or when they show up in the chambers and protest or support an action that we are considering. But now in a city of 510,000, a chamber that fills with 300 plus people and some overflow doesn't always give us the true feelings of how the whole city might feel. And to the point that there is an opportunity here to let the fulsome public, the full public weigh in on this. I think that is a very important consideration for us. As with many of these things, the debates and the rhetoric around them tend to be very strong, and people will state their position with an aggressiveness that is somewhat untethered to the substance of the issue. And as we've heard tonight, the personality attacks, or sometimes, you know, just the appreciation for the personality becomes the basis of an argument for or against. But in 2014, I did run the campaign against Measure L because I thought it has some very significant defects as a policy issue. And as I did that, there were many people, some of them who've called in tonight, who wanted to attack Mayor Johnson personally in very aggressive and what I would say unseemly ways. And it was partially my job as somebody who cared about the policy to stop those attacks and to make sure that it was all fair, and that as we debated, it stayed on the policy. So as we go forward, I encourage people to continue to try to remember that this is about the future of the city, this debate, and these debates, because the power that the charter conveys is ultimately a power that derives from the public and the people as voters. That while people may like or dislike you, Mayor, or us as individuals, the policy issues are really important here. And some of the major changes here were not taken as feedback in 2013-14 that I had made then, and is part of why I opposed it. There was not, despite a process that I think wasn't as genuine to solicit feedback from the council, there wasn't an opportunity to see feedback incorporated and taken. And so I really do applaud you, Mayor, for taking the council comments and a lot of the public comments and trying to incorporate them into the proposal. And in what was a fairly short period of time, I think some of the biggest changes here that I would just like to address. One, thank you for the inclusion of LGBTQ people in the equity analysis. Thank you for adding a section here to create a Human Rights Fair Housing Commission. I think it's extremely important that as we develop these efforts around equity, that they be fully inclusive, and that to the extent the charter is the document that governs the city, that we don't write groups out of it. And I appreciate those being included. Now in 2014, 2 items were not in that, and those 2 items were so significant to me that they came up in pretty much every debate. And Mayor, you probably remember at Congregation B'nai Israel, your home congregation, we had a debate about strong mayor, and these were things that I brought up at that time. And I credit you. I still remember the jovial nature and the collegial nature of our debate at that time, and I appreciate the way that you've handled this. But as Councilmember Ashby said, a 9th district makes a big difference. And it makes a big difference not just for representation, but the 2/3 necessary to override a veto in 2014 would have required, because there wasn't a 9th council district and only 8 council members, it would have required essentially 75% vote of the council to hit 2/3. You needed 5 to approve, and you needed 6 to override, and 6 of 8 was 75%. And that would have allowed not only for a very difficult threshold to override, but it would have allowed for a lot of obstruction, because 3 members could have blocked many things that require 2/3 vote of the council to pass. And it would have also been very difficult to override things in that context. So this 9th district really does change the balance of power in a very significant way, and allows the council to retain a very significant amount of power. The other thing that is different from 2014 here is that you have accepted, and I think wisely so, that the council on for cause dismissal of the city manager should have the ability to override that decision. And while it is not a concurrent vote of 5 members in that decision, I do think the ability of the council to retain its prerogative as the advice and consent body is extremely important to ensure that the city administrator is treated fairly and is ultimately serving the best interests of the mayor, the council, and the city at large. And that provision is a very significant one to that extent. In a way, as we move forward, Mayor, you were compared last week to a Roman emperor, not you, but a future mayor, excuse me. I was compared to a bloodthirsty Roman emperor. There's been a lot of suggestions that passing this particular measure, which I think bears very significant differences from Measure L, would lead to corruption, undue influence, the loss of power for the council. I see it very differently. And since 2014, we didn't, when we didn't have an ethics commission or redistricting commission and a sunshine ordinance and all those things, we now have those. In the 1880s and before we converted last time from a mayor council form of government to council manager, there wasn't an FPPC, there wasn't a Political Reform Act, there wasn't a Public Records Act, there was not a Brown Act. We live under a tremendous amount of transparency and scrutiny. And so the idea that somehow all of a sudden those things would be suspended and you, if you were able to pass this at the ballot, would be some kind of dictator or emperor, as some of the emails have said. I think it just doesn't bear any reality with the world that we live in. In the end here, I don't prefer the manager council or the mayor council form of government, but because I do value the professionalism and the opportunity for a council manager style, I do also see the arguments you've made as having some merit. I had to fight for 3 years to get a bathroom reinstalled in Cesar Chavez Plaza. 3 years to reinstitute a bathroom in Chavez Plaza. There were a lot of people who were lobbying the staff not to put it on the agenda. There were a lot of people who fought back about that idea because some of the interests that didn't want it were very powerful. And to me, that bathroom, along with a few of the other things I've had to work for, took a lot more time and energy than they would if I could just point the finger at you, Mayor, and say, you need to help implement this change. And we could lobby you as somebody who is directly accountable to the people. Now, that being said, I do appreciate our staff. I have great respect for them. And if this changes, if our council manager form of government changes to the executive mayor form of government, the mayor council form of government, I think it's still very important who we elect. And the idea that elections are less important now because a mayor doesn't have power, I don't think the voters really think that. I think they expect the mayor to try to implement the vision that he sells to fulfill the commitments, but we haven't necessarily vested the mayor with the ability to do that. And in the end, whether this passes or not, I think we'll all have to find ways to continue to work together. And so, so as much as I anticipate that there will be a well-organized opposition, that there will be a well-organized campaign in support of this, I do think it is best left to the voters themselves to decide the matter. And that this council, as much as we may represent different parts of the city, we are in our own bubble in City Hall and in the universe of people lobbying us, appealing to us, liking us, disliking us, trying to use their opinions to sway us. And I think ultimately, if the voters reject this, we will move on again for a significant period of time. And if the voters adopt this, then there will be a very significant trial period to look at it. And again, while I don't particularly favor the mayor council form of government, I think you, Mayor, deserve a chance to make your case to the voters as the only citywide elected official. And in the end, the success or failure of this will rest on your shoulders and your ability to fulfill your promises, or to hold us as council members or you, Mayor, accountable, will still be intact.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hanson. Appreciate the comments. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, thanks for giving me that same 60-minute break there. I wanted to, first off, start off by saying that, last week I was very critical of the draft proposal that you want to send to voters for them to decide. And maybe I was too much in the weeds, but I think that is the level of focus and criticism that we need to do on any kind of charter reform and change. In fact, I mean, the fact that we're still asking questions now, I think is important. But even last week, as I mentioned, with all those details matter because in my point of view is what does the charter do to the day-to-day needs of people, the day-to-day neighborhoods in our district. And that's been what I've been hearing from all over the city is what does this mean for neighborhoods? Does this system of government impede that? Well, I mean, I also put the question back to everyone saying that, the status quo has left also many neighborhoods behind. So I think there's no clean way of saying it. That even the current system, as some people complain about, even sometimes democracy, the current system has its own challenges. So I think the fact that we're being critical about this is important. Now, first, I want to also thank all the neighbors and leaders who reached out to me. I think probably everyone on the council has received numerous comments about this in the last 2 weeks. And one, I want to thank many of them, including those from the League of Women Voters who I had an opportunity to talk with and have a pretty frank conversations about this proposal. And I also want to apologize to everyone that I didn't get to. There were so many people in just such a short amount of time, which I think is the thing that I probably dislike the most, is that the timing of all of this is at the worst possible time. But like I mentioned last time, Mayor, if you think that this is what you think is necessary for the voters to look at to get us through, because I know this pandemic isn't going to end in 6 months. I have a feeling we're going to be here for a long haul and we're in the thick of it. Then I think it's the voters' opportunity to make to ask that question. And last Tuesday, I asked myself that we have to be very critical about this. And the things that I were pointing out of being critical were, number one, the issues of the concept of putting this social equity piece in the charter. And I still think that we can do this sooner. We don't have to wait till November to institute all of these changes. And I'm glad that I saw here, and I want to thank the city attorney's office for working on making sure that whatever gets put in the charter, or whatever gets put on the ballot, if this goes to the ballot, that it is not window dressing, that it is actually proactive, and that it puts an affirmative duty to the council to do something that will be focused on addressing social inequities. I think that was clearly lacking in your first proposal. The second piece that I think was needed is also requiring the city auditor to be the check on the council, the mayor, and the city bureaucracy to stay true to that charter. And I think we could still do that now, and we should do that now. And my frustration is that I asked for this to be agendized, from the dais almost 2 months ago, and we're still not there. I still have not received an affirmative response from our city staff when this is going to be agendized on our Law and Legislation Committee. We've had great conversations with Race Forward, with folks from discussing how we can learn from GARE on finding ways to make our city change now, and that hasn't happened. And I think regardless of what happens tonight and regardless what happens in November, that this fall, that needs to be a priority. The second thing that I heard again from many of my constituents and folks from out the city is ensuring we protect the neighborhoods. And again, the first draft took an old system without considering the roles and duties of council members to their neighborhood. And I want to thank the city attorney again, Matt Rubiek and Susanna Alcala Wood for looking at drafting language that protects those, language that ensures in the charter that if this goes forward, that if the council puts this on the ballot and the voters approve it, that the mayor could not interfere or impede in the responsibilities of council members to address their needs. And not only that, but it also makes an affirmative duty to the city manager to respond to council members right now. And contrary to what others may think on the council right now, in the current system, there is no responsibility for a city manager to do so. And some on the council may disagree with that point of view, but when I get a call about an issue, my constituents want me to be able to figure out how to resolve that issue. And right now, the city manager has no obligation to do that. And in past history, city managers have ignored these requests too. And I think that is a problem. The other issue of making sure that we also empower neighborhoods, empower their representatives, creating a checks and balance. Then again, this is the good work of drafting language. I spent the day on Friday trying to, with our city attorneys, trying to figure out how do we empower and protect the city council in this new form of government, because we need to think about it, not about this mayor, but what about the future mayor? What if the mayor is someone who is not only maybe Machiavellian, or even worse, an absentee mayor? So I think that's another issue that we need to consider. And the language here creates an affirmative duty also for the council to address the issues of their neighborhoods. What I wouldn't want to see is that this move forward and then the council becomes just a policy body. Now, some people on this council may want the council to be just a policy body, but I bet you most neighborhoods do not want that. They want their council members to be active and aggressive in dealing and addressing their specific issues. Because most governments look at the most common denominator to be able to be the most efficient. But when they're drafting policy for the most common denominator, we've seen what happened. It's neighborhoods fall behind. Those without the least representation never get attention. And that is the current system we have right now. So I want to make sure that if this moves forward, that also that responsibility and duty for the mayor to respond, to not interfere with those issues. So the language in this that I asked clearly says that the mayor cannot interfere with the city manager's duty to respond to the council members' requests and to address those constituent issues. Combining all of these pieces together, and again, I want to thank for the help on this, because it was the feedback that I received from the community. It was the feedback and also working with the city attorney's office to figure out how do we combine all of these pieces to make sure that the restrictions on the mayor, to make sure that also they do not impede our daily ability of a council member to affect change is protected. One of them is restricting the line item veto of the council member to affect the duties of the council. Because you would never want a mayor to be able to limit the council's ability to respond to their constituents. I think the city, this council and future council members they'll figure out how to move through the system if it goes forward. But one of the most important things is a mayor could not be able to prohibit that. And over the weekend, even pushing these issues forward, one of the things that I kept on going back and forth was, is this the right step forward? I want to say thank you for the city manager and all of the changes that have been made here, because just about every single thing that I asked for to make those safeguards, to restrict the agenda, to make sure that it is the council that is driving the agenda and not a mayor. If the mayor wants to run the bureaucracy and make the bureaucracy manage faster, then that should be the role in this system. But the council has a responsibility to neighborhoods. Even with that, I was still not convinced yet that we should move forward until a couple things that happened this week. For 4 months, the Latino community has gotten together, multiple organizations, saying we need to address the tragedy that is happening within the Latino community, not just all over the state, but specifically in Sacramento County and specifically in the city. And if you look at the County of Sacramento zip code map, 95828, 95823 are two of the most Latino dense communities with the highest COVID cases ever that we've seen so far. That is a travesty that has happened. And there's been a proposal that's been on the table for 4 months when there's been a need to get information out, to get healthcare workers out, to get contact tracers out, to help train parents how to be able to function in a digital society without training. And that still has not even been agendized, and it's not scheduled even to go till later this month, if it even gets on the issue. To me, that was a major tipping point where I said, there's something needs to change in our system of government where this still has not moved forward. And I don't blame the city manager or their staff because there are a number of demands right now everywhere. But I do feel that the voters should think about whether there's an opportunity where you need to have somebody who can make faster, decisive action than the current system that we have right now. Lastly, even today, when I asked when was this racial equity piece going to be agendized, it still was in conversation within the city administration about when we would do it. And to me, that shows that we are not moving fast enough on addressing those pieces. I mean, at this point, because of those things that I've seen so far and seen those issues, and the fact that we're able to do this, you know, this is where I think the voters are going to have to decide on in November whether they really want this. But in this case, I think my frustration with the current tragedies that we have is in the COVID cases requires us to really think about our system of government and how to move faster. With that, thank you again to all of the city attorney's office for sitting down with myself and my staff to go through this. And again, for Councilmember Hansen, the ability for the council to draft rules on how they're going to move the agenda forward, I think is critical. If this is going to move forward, those checks and balances have to be in place.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Guerra. Vice Mayor Harris.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Either you're saving the best for last or you're trying to wear me out. I'm not sure which.
Maybe both.
Well, thank you for being honest about that. You know, an awful lot of it has been discussed here and the hour is very late, but I have to tell you, there's an elephant in the living room. There's a missing piece to this puzzle. And for me, it's my constituents. You know, when I walked for my position on the council, I walked really hard and I talked to thousands of people, literally. And I told them that I would do my best to represent their vision for the city, not my vision for the city, but to, as best as I could, represent the collective will of my district to affect changes not only in the district, but citywide. I have to tell you that the timing here, as I mentioned last week, is really difficult. You know, I don't care to do this on a Zoom meeting. This is abysmal timing. We are in a pandemic and many of my constituents have an existential struggle on their hands for their business, for their homes, or the safety and sanctity of their families, or the education of their children. To me, this is all a big distraction. This is not the time to be having this debate. Many cities that look at charter changes like this debate this for a long time, and not only that, delay implementation for a year or two or to the next election cycle, so that there is not the optics of a sitting elected individual gathering power. That's not a bad thing. You know, In 2009, we had a charter review committee, and they looked at all these issues. They scrutinized our charter. And despite Chris Tapio's testimony earlier, ultimately that charter review committee recommended that we make no changes to our charter. You know, then following that, we had Mayor Johnson coming along with a strong mayor initiative. But you know what? There was, as Steve Hansen said, there was almost a year to discuss it before it got to the ballot. We are in a period of great stress. You know, socially, economically, we've got a lot on our plate. And as a council, we need to focus on those issues. I don't think this is the right time to take on a major governance change when I can't even go to my neighborhood association and make them aware that we're talking about this tonight. I have put out the word on the street. There are an awful lot of constituents in my district, certainly that I know of, who don't know that we're talking about changing our basic form of governance in the city. They're just simply not aware. They're distracted. They have big issues on their plate, saving their business, saving their family sanctity. This is really problematic for me that we do not hold this off. There is no urgency to do this. There are a lot of problems with taking this on right now. And to get to Steve Hansen's point about the 75% vote, for the next 2 years until we can create a 9th district, we will be right up against that. And the mayor said, oh, we can change this governance. The city council will have the power to revisit this at any time. Well, that's true. That's true. But, you know, once we create a 9th district, we've got a big problem on our hands. If we don't like this form of governance, undoing the redistricting in the 9th district and the 9th member becomes very problematic. So that means to revisit this, as the mayor has suggested, we look at it again in 10 years. That could be 10 difficult years, or it could be 10 blissful years, and I don't pretend to know which it might become. As I said, there are benefits to mayor council government, and there are a lot of benefits to council manager government. As Councilmember Carr elucidated and educated everybody, more cities in this country have chosen council manager than mayor council. I believe there are a lot of strong reasons for that. Additionally, some cities have certainly changed from mayor council back to mayor manager because they didn't like it. But if we create this 9th district, it would be a very difficult challenge for us to carve up our city and then uncarve it if we didn't like the strong mayor proposal here. For 2 years, we would have 8 votes on the council. And if it's a tied vote, then the measure fails. It would take a 75% vote to pass anything controversial. These things are all very problematic. If you look at strong mayor cities in California, if you look at Mayor Garcetti or Mayor London Breed or Libby Schaaf, can you honestly make an argument that they have been more effective in dealing with homelessness? That they have been more effective in dealing with racial and ethnic inequities and strife in their cities? I don't think you can. The city of Oakland moved very quickly to implement strong mayor. One of the few that moved very quickly. And in my opinion, it didn't really go all that well for Oakland. So when I compare other strong mayor cities in California, certainly I'm not seeing the tremendous benefits. Now, our mayor is a different kind of a character. He has tremendous experience, not only on the city council, but also in the state legislature. And he has proven himself to be a tremendously capable politician. As I said last week, one of the best in the biz. I have a lot of confidence in Darrell Steinberg, and quite frankly, I think he's a very strong mayor. And let me tell you why. Every time I've opposed him, he's beaten me. Every time I've taken an opposing stance to our sitting mayor, he has prevailed with this council. Mayor Steinberg can get 5 votes almost any time he wants to push an initiative that he's concerned about. The mayor sets the agenda in collaboration with the city manager. And Councilmember Guerra, if that didn't get on the agenda, it's not staff holding you back. The people who set the agenda are the mayor and the manager. So maybe you're talking to the wrong people. Councilmember Ashby about Centene. You pulled that together with Dave Bugato. You didn't need a strong mayor to do it. You got it done in collaboration with Darrell Steinberg. And it was teamwork and it was collaborative and it was effective. And you landed a really good thing for the city of Sacramento. But it didn't take a strong mayor to get there. I'm not arguing that a strong mayor wouldn't have more facility, maybe could bring more deals to the city of Sacramento, but that's all conjecture. What I do know is that our system now of council manager is actually very effective. Is it sluggish sometimes? Absolutely. You know, politicians are by nature impatient. We want to get things done. We want results for our districts and our communities. And sometimes we hit roadblocks, but that's democracy. That's how you get the consensus of the will of the people, by rubbing up against each other with differing viewpoints and working through those issues. You know, there are a lot of headstrong people on this council, a lot of people who can push an agenda. We're actually a pretty functional body in my opinion. I think we get a lot right. This idea that we're a growing city and we got to pull on our big kid pants and be a different form of governance, I don't buy it for a second. I think council manager is actually a better system overall. Now, if you have an extraordinary mayor, and I do think Mayor Steinberg has extraordinary skills, it can go very well if you give him more power. But there are a couple of fatal flaws to this writing that I can't stomach. Now, we talked about it last week, and nobody's mentioned this hardly at all tonight about sequestering $40 million that we don't have in the charter. This is unprecedented to do governance that way. And for me, it's a fatal flaw, and it means that I cannot support this and will not support this. You cannot manage a budget when you put a sum of money in a charter like that and ascribe to it a direction that it needs to be spent. We are in a recession. You know, I think there's some suspended disbelief about where we are economically. It's ironic that next week we're going to have a discussion about our budget, which really should have preceded this discussion so that we could be honest about where we are economically. We're facing a terrific deficit next fiscal year. Our tax revenue isn't rebounding. Our TOT is totally flat. It's basically real estate taxes and real estate transfer taxes that are keeping us afloat at this point. And if there's a hitch in the real estate market, we are in deep, deep trouble. We cannot ballot box budget like this. Councilmember Ashby and I worked together collaboratively on Measure G, defeating Measure G because of the ballot box budgeting part of that. Well, this makes Measure G look like puppy love. This is just wrong. And I gotta tell you, I'm really tired of hearing about $40 million. When Measure U came up for a vote, I spoke against it because I said with our current liabilities and CalPERS lowering the discount rate, that a quarter penny of Measure U was spoken for, and I was right. There was only ever $25 million on the table for inclusive economic development, and promises made were not made by the council. The only promise made by the council was what was in the budget language, and that was basically to restore our core services, and when we had money, we would put it into inclusive economic development, and those are great goals. And frankly, before the pandemic hit, we were on track to maybe get to that $40 million goal. We were very close, very close. We were going to float a housing bond. We had tremendous potential to solve a lot of problems. And because of the energy of our mayor and his shepherding of these kind of ideas, we were right there. And then a bug took it all away from us. But we have to be realistic about that. We use that money, that Measure U carryover, to solve our immediate budget crisis. So this year, we're not sweating bullets. Next year, folks, we're going to have a lot of problems. DOT isn't going to pay the debt service on the C3. We've got big problems ahead and we need to focus on this stuff. I don't think we need the distraction of charter change at this point. So that, and combined with the idea that the mayor can fire the manager without cause. I recognize the concession to say that could be overturned by 6 votes of the council. But for the next 2 years, we have 8 people on the council. So getting that 6 votes is 75%, and that's a very hard metric to reach. If the mayor decided to fire Howard, which he has sworn he would not do, to be able to overturn that would be a very difficult vote for this council to attain. Look, I said last week that city managers are very hard to come by. Good city managers, really tough to come by. We've had 2 in a row, 2, I think, very strong managers, and I am not going to let go of Howard Chan anytime soon. He's solid in what he does, and he has the right heart and the right mind and the right temperament to be an excellent manager to run our day-to-day operations in this city. It concerns me greatly that Mayor Steinberg has held on to this ability to fire without cause. If he's true at his word and he has no intention of firing our manager, you have to also understand that the specter of a strong mayor might cause Howard to walk away from the job, because I can tell you with certainty that managers who work under strong mayors are often thwarted and often frustrated that they cannot manage because they're being micromanaged from above. Take a look at Cincinnati. They've gone through, I believe, 3 city managers since they adopted strong mayor. I believe 2 quit and 1 was fired. You know, we don't need that stress as a city. A manager is a very powerful tool. And to the constituents who say, well, there's no accountability because the manager is not elected. Larry addressed this point last week. He answers to the city council, and the buck stops here. It doesn't stop with Howard Chan. It stops with the city council. And if the constituents are not happy with the manager, they need to go to their city council member and raise that point and see if they can affect change. Neither system is perfect. There's no doubt about it. But at this point in time, without the ability to engage our constituents, I have no idea where D3 is on strong mayor. I have no idea, but I need to know before I can vote for this. This is just not right to have Mayor Steinberg propose this charter change at the beginning of council break. And only 12 days ago did I get the first round of language. And over this last week, we've been grinding this thing up and making some kind of peculiar sausage. But there's a saying in the legislature that if you're amending a bill all over the place, it's probably a bad bill. I think a lot of these changes are very positive and make this proposal more viable. But with this ballot box budgeting and the restriction of our ability to deal with our financial strife and the ability to fire the city manager, there's no way I can support this. You know, I could go on, but I've made my point. Right now, Larry Carr has a motion on the table, and I need clarification from Councilmember Carr. First, can you restate your motion, and can you clarify, is this $40 million in your mind included in the equity pieces that you want to move forward?
I didn't want to move it forward. I wanted the whole equity piece to come back to council to be considered.
So not put on the ballot at this time?
Not put that on the ballot, and not put strong mayor on the ballot.
Okay, I understand. But you do want to move forward with the equity piece in council?
Yeah, at council. I want us to discuss it, look at the budget, see what's reasonable, prioritize that issue along with all of the other things that we have to deal with as a city, and see what makes sense.
Thank you, Larry. Well, I'll second your motion. I would like to say this also, and I've mentioned this to the mayor, that to be an effective, strong mayor, you have to have resources. We can give Daryl all the power in the world, and if he doesn't have money to push, it doesn't make any difference. He will be a frustrated, strong mayor with no way to move his agenda forward because we don't have the resources to do it. If you look at the management partners report and you look at the efficiencies that we could garner, there's two that stand out. One is repealing binding arbitration, which is totally offensive to our public safety unions, and I understand that completely. The other is managed competition. And, you know, that is something that I have felt for a long time we should look at. It's used very effectively in Roseville with their Parks Department. You know, it could work with our solid waste department. But that means that we're actually telling our employees that, hey, guess what? You have to compete with the private sector. Well, that's a pretty hard pill to swallow. But if we want to free up resources, we would have to take bold actions like that. You know, this strong mayor initiative is not going to solve our pandemic. It's not going to solve our economic woes. In fact, it adds to them. Adding a 9th district is costly. It'll cost at least $500,000 a year, probably much more, but we haven't actually figured out what the actual cost of this will be. It also means this: redistricting last time was a very difficult process that left many community members angry because they were kind of torn apart by artificial boundaries that were thinly disguised gerrymandering. And, you know, I hate to be so forthright with my language there, but that process did not go well. Now we have an independent redistricting commission, which is a testament to how functional this council can be under the council manager form of government. You know, again, Councilwoman Ashby, Sunshine Ordinance, Ethics Commission, Independent Redistricting Commission, and other members as well, working together, created all this potential change. Jay talked about all of the amazing things that we've built in the last 10 years. There is no deficiency in the power of this government as you see it right now. And on top of that, constituents have real access to the power base because all of us are very accessible to our constituents. You know, they have direct access. They have my cell phone. They have Angelique's cell phone. People call Jay all the time. We get out in public. We meet with our constituents. We involve them in the process. But in this process, they're left out completely, lock, stock, and barrel, and I can't stomach that. Well, I think I'll leave it at that. The hour is late. I've made my point. I do not support this. It's the wrong time. Again, I don't think it's a terrible thing. I believe this will go to the ballot, but we've got a lot of work to do, my council colleagues, to educate our constituents about what is really before them. Because I'm telling you right now, most people are ignorant about this completely, and it affects them now and forever. One last thing I'd like to say is, the ripples that happen when you do a fundamental change like this can really shake up the organization. I already know of people who have said to me that, well, if this passes, I'm probably going to leave the city of Sacramento. It does send ripples through the organization. I think that we would have some attrition. You know, that's collateral damage. It may not be the end of the world, but I think it is something that we need to think about. Honestly, I want to debate this for a couple of months. Not because it's going on the ballot. I want to get out in front of my constituents before this decision is made. I don't think that I'm going to be successful tonight. Again, a testament to the fact that Daryl is a very strong mayor. But I think the best thing for the constituents is for us to slow this freight train down. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. It's been a long night with a lot of discussion. I'm going to try to keep my closing comments to about 90 seconds if I can. Maybe tough, but again, thank you to everyone. I said this many times. I don't view the debate, even some of the hard words and the pointed criticism, as negative. This is what a healthy city should be doing. And I absolutely reject the idea that we as a city cannot have this debate and at the same time work to address all of the other crucial issues that are going on in our community. In fact, we're in the midst of getting out $89 million worth of coronavirus funding to many of the communities that have come forward and have said, please, we need your help. And so this idea that we can only do one thing at a time, even under this form of government, I reject. This community can handle multiple debates at one time, especially if they are debates about what is best for the city now and for the long term. Jay Chenier mentioned, and Eric Guerra mentioned, that we don't have to wait to make these reforms just by virtue of the ballot measure. And so I want to take it one step further. I'm going to ask the manager, and we'll work together. I'd like to bring back these reforms with detail. Participatory budgeting, the racial, LGBT, ethnic, and gender equity analysis. I want to bring this back in 30 days, and I want to put this into ordinance. And then the voters will have the ability to say, we want these changes permanently in the charter. But we don't have to wait. Let's do it now. People think that this is some sort of a hostage game or a game at all. Let's bring this forward in 30 days and let's get this work done. I want to just end with my motive again, because agree or disagree with me, I think, even Jeff Harris, who is a no vote tonight, I think said generously that there are strengths and weaknesses of every system. And so I want to tell you what my motive is, because when I look at this system, I see an incredible group of dedicated public servants, both at the elected level and at the staff level. It's beyond dispute. People are working their hearts out. The question is, what is considered the core mission of the organization under this form and structure of government? The three most important challenges facing our city today, I would argue, are an unprecedented pandemic and the need for an aggressive, purposeful economic recovery strategy, a systemic racial equity challenge that has been centuries old and many decades old in our city, and housing and homelessness. When I look at these three vital challenges for our city, I don't believe that aggressively addressing them, the teams are doing a great job, but aggressively addressing them are the core strengths of this system and form of government. Because this form of government is designed primarily to provide the basic services to the people. And by the way, that should remain the number one function of a city under any form of government. Public safety and the basic essential services. But the people are demanding more. I'm hearing it, and I was elected by you, and I am accountable by you to you. So are all of my 8 colleagues. But you each represent 1/8 of the city. And these 3 items, people are demanding faster, and they are demanding a more urgent response. And I will work with this city manager, Howard Chan, under any form of government. But the ability to introduce a budget, the ability to be able to work with the council and the community to help shape a budget, as opposed to being one vote and responding to a budget, the ability to use emergency authority in dramatic circumstances, like the mask requirement that I talked about earlier. I think that will move our city forward in a more effective way, in a way that responds to real hurt out there and the need for healing. And so let's take this to the voters, and let's have a great debate. Let's not be angry at each other. Let's all come from a place where we know and respect that we all love our city. We have a different idea about how we want to make the city better, and that's what this is about. Is there a substitute motion from the main motion from one of my colleagues who has expressed support for putting this measure on the ballot?
Mayor, I'll go ahead and move it with, I think, Mr. Jennings' amendment.
And Mr. Hansen's amendment.
And
Which,
Mr.
I
Hansen's
should,
amendment.
read into the record,
Go ahead.
Mayor. All right, sorry.
So that's my substitute motion.
So
Susanna gonna read that into the record right now?
I'm sorry?
Susanna, are you gonna read Councilmember Hansen's?
Yes. Hansen and
And,
Jennings has been read into the record, but let's do Councilmember Hansen's change.
I was going to read into the record also the social equity changes, Mayor. that you
Yes,
indicated
please,
at the
please
beginning.
go ahead. Please go
So
ahead.
Section 36, social equity analysis now provides, and I'm just going to read all of subsection A because that is where the changes are. As provided in an ordinance or resolution adopted by the City Council, the city shall analyze the social equity impacts of the city's budget and major policy decisions. The City Council shall create a commission, a standing committee from among, oh, thank you so much, Mindy. She's got it up there on the screen. I don't have to read it if, unless you, I'm going to continue to read it, but it's up on your screen now. The City Council shall create a commission, a standing committee from among its members, or both, to evaluate potential council decisions for their effects on residents most negatively and disproportionately harmed and impacted by socioeconomic, environmental, and historical factors, including taking into account racial, ethnic, gender, sexual orientation, and sexual identity equity, and propose proactive policies and initiatives to address social inequities. Any such commissions or committee membership, scope, and process shall be established by council ordinance or resolution. That's the first edit. The second edit is the one that was now proposed by Councilmember Hansen. It's a new section 61F. It now reads, I don't think we were able to send that quickly enough to the city clerk. Do you have it, Mindy? Or? Okay. It now reads, under the direction of the mayor, comma, attend all regular and special, and this relates to the city manager's ability to establish items on the council's agenda. Under the direction of the mayor, attend all regular and special public meetings of the city council with the right to participate in the discussion of matters pending before the council, but without the right to vote on such matters, period. Provided, however, the city manager has the authority to place routine, non-controversial items on the agenda as conferred by the adopted council rules of procedure. Those are the amendments.
With those two and Mr. Jennings' amendment, I'll move the item as a substitute motion.
I'll
Is there a
second.
second?
Yep, seconded.
Second by Pro Tem Ashby. Okay, the substitute motion takes precedence. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Warren,
No.
Vice Mayor Harris,
No.
Councilmember Hansen,
You're muted, Steve.
Aye.
Councilmember Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Carr,
No.
Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. The motion passes 6-3. Thank you very much, everyone. We do have to designate ballot argument signers. And on the support side, I'd like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Ashby if she would author the ballot argument. Would you be willing to do that?
Sure, Mayor.
Great. Thank you so much. On the opposition side, are there any council members that want to write the argument?
I'll work.
Yeah.
Councilman Carr, was that you?
Yes.
And
Okay.
I'll work with you too, Larry.
As will I.
Okay.
I'd like to work with Councilmember Ashby.
Very good. Of course, Councilmember Jennings. Okay. Very good. Thank you all very much. Do we need to pass a motion for each of those? Can it be one motion?
There are a couple of administrative resolutions that we need to pass as recommended. So for the record, you have Councilmember Ashby writing the argument in favor. Do you want to designate another council member, or are they just assisting?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to designate another council member
No,
to be
just assisting. I'll coordinate with him. Just me,
Thank you. And then I have Councilmember Harris as the signatory on the argument against.
No, that was Councilmember Carr, I think.
Carr. Thank you. And then there are others offered to assist, but
As
the
well.
Councilmember Carr.
Yes.
Thank you. There are other administrative resolutions asking that the city attorney establish the impartial analysis, placing the measure and the question on the ballot and so forth. So
Okay,
we
can
make a
that be one motion?
Yes, it can.
That's one motion. I will move it on behalf of everyone. Is there a second?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like a clarification from Mindy. Mindy,
Yeah.
is only one signatory possible on the ballot argument? It seems to me there can be more.
You can designate more council members, yes.
Councilmember Carr, are you okay if I co-sign on the
Absolutely.
And Warren as well.
Absolutely. We'll talk about it.
So to reiterate, the argument against the question are going to be signed by Councilmember Carr, Councilmember Warren, and Councilmember Harris.
Correct.
Thank you. And I have a motion by Mayor Steinberg. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Chenier. Okay, this should be a unanimous vote, I assume, correct? This is a procedural vote?
Yes, this is a procedural vote placing on the ballot impartial analysis request by the city attorney and so forth. So all of the other resolutions as outlined in the recommendation. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Hanson?
Aye.
Councilmember Chenier?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Aye.
Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Aye. All right. We do have one more item, which should not be as controversial, and that is the redistricting item that Assistant City Attorney Matt Ruyak talked about.
I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, I'll second the item, Mayor.
Okay, is there public testimony on this item?
I have two callers on this item.
Go ahead.
First caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Caller, I know you've been waiting for some time. Would you like to address the council? Caller, you have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Carla Blackton. I just wanted to comment on a couple things. First, do not defund our police. You need to refund our police. Sacramento County, we have 480 calls a day. So what's going to happen when you guys defund our police and give $40 million to organizations that we don't know anything about? No redistricting. For what reason? In order to establish and dilute our current democracy in Sacramento? No, Mayor Steinberg, you may not have more power. We don't want you to have executive powers. Gavin Newsom is trying to do the same thing. No, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Honest to God, this measure is kind of pointless. I'm completely disillusioned that there is any semblance of democracy here in Sacramento City after the bullshit horse trading that I just saw go back and forth for the last 5 hours, basically. A lot of business leaders, a lot of business people making money at other people's expenses, but honest to God, if I hear one more person on this council talk to me about democracy, I just might well lose my temper. This shit is ridiculous. It's honestly par for the course, honestly, though. From the beginning, we live in a country that prioritized property rights and business over basic human rights and well-being. And that's written right here in the city charter. Over 200 references to business in Sacramento City Charter. Not one mention of democracy anywhere within it, or even real representation. You all run this city as a business, not as a government, because a government is supposed to be subordinate and accountable to the people that you serve. How many people do you actually serve? All 9 of you combined on this city council? 149,000 out of 513,000 people. That's how many voters actually support you, including you, Daryl. You like to claim that over 80% of the city voted for you in the primary election, or turnout is historically low. But if you actually of Sacramento City population out of the 513,000 that are living here that actually support you. And that's less than a quarter of the voting age population.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
I'm sick and disgusted by all of you for piggybacking popular community equity proposals.
Thank you for your comments.
This mayor her comments.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Shobe. I'm a resident in District 4. I called in 4 times to comment on item 1 and was repeatedly told the item was closed. So I have a point of order, or perhaps an ethical question, which is, why wasn't the motion ever entertained to separate the proposals in the charter amendment? I just want to remind you very humbly, the vast majority of hundreds of verbal and written comments for the past 2 weeks urged the council to separate the charter amendment proposal. And I feel the public still deserves at least a public vote on that motion from the council. With all due respect to council members Ashby, Hanson, Guerra, and Jennings, I never heard you directly respond to the community's very specific request. To be sure, you addressed in detail, which I appreciated, the various questions and concerns you had about the strong mayor side of the proposal, but not a single person addressed the community's calls to separate the proposals or make the equity measure language more binding. And doing those things, neither of which would have prevented the strong mayor proposals from moving forward. So I just want to ask you, and humbly, why not? Why weren't the vast majority of the community's comments and requests acknowledged or addressed directly with a vote? And I guess I ask you to reflect on what impact you think that will have on trust in you as leaders and trust in our democracy, given so many people's thoughtful and really passionate participation in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have no more callers.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's call the roll on the motion, please.
Would we like to take the administrative responsibility of adding argument authors for and or against?
Does any member want to volunteer to lead?
I can work with folks on this.
Excuse me?
Councilmember Guerra said he could assist, but is that for the argument in favor?
Correct.
Thanks.
I'm happy to do it, Mayor. This is just an administrative cleanup of the prior charter amendment to ensure that we have the right timelines in place given the census delay. So it should be pretty straightforward.
Thank you. So we'll add that to the motion that Councilmember Guerra and Hanson will work on the argument in favor.
Madam Clerk, I'd prefer only one council member, so I'll let Mr. Guerra do that, but I'll support him.
Thank you.
So
To
there's room
reiterate,
for community members.
author that argument in favor, and Councilmember Hanson will assist but not author. So for roll call, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Warren,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember Hanson,
Aye.
Councilmember Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
All right.
Councilmember Jennings,
Yes.
Councilmember Carr,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Yes.
So all of the administrative resolutions are passed.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the agenda for tonight. Are there council
Mayor,
idea questions?
I'm sorry, it's Angelique. Can I just, I'd like to just make one comment to you about your request to bring some items back from, to have them come on the agenda, some of the equity items, which I fully support those equity items. I would just ask that I know what you're trying to do is get them in front of folks so we can have the conversation now and they can know better what's coming. But I would just ask you to make sure that you have a conversation with the city attorney about which items come before the item actually has its day with voters, because part of the checks and balance in that system is that some of those things are intentionally done by the council without the mayor having a vote in them to hold accountable the two sides of the house. So I just want to make sure we don't bring something forward prior to it being in place and eliminate that check and balance. I'm sure there are many things we can do without that happening, but I just want to make sure we keep an eye on that.
That's right. I mean, it would, I suppose, it might not be the final product. The next city council would refine it and improve it, but I just don't want to wait. That was the point. But I think it's a very good point, and we'll talk to the city attorney and figure it out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah, Mayor, I have a comment.
Yeah.
So thank you. This is for my colleagues. When we did the CARES funding, if you all remember, we did $50,000 to each council office for program. We are working with probably 5 community-based organizations and the school district, Sac City, to do kind of after-school athletics to the extent that we're able to do that. We know so many of our young people are going to be so involved in distance learning and indoors. We're hoping people like Street Soccer USA, Square Root Academy, and others, those are who we're working with to do programming, ARI as well. If you're interested and haven't made decisions about your 50,000 yet and you want to work with us, particularly like for me, Larry and Rick, because we border each other, or Eric, where we border each other, we can get some economies of scale. So just let me know if you'd be interested.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. I think our offices are talking already.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I have one other question for the city manager, but I don't want to jump in front of anybody. Is that okay?
Go. Is there anybody? Go ahead.
Okay. Also in the CARES Act, we one of the things that we approved was City of Refuge and St. John's Women's Shelter. And both of those were time sensitive to the month of August. And I just wanted to ask the city manager for an update on where we are with those and if that has been moved forward and those issues resolved, or what's happening there, because we're into August now.
Councilmember Ashby. Yes, so I will provide you a more thorough update. We are still working through on some of the issues with the proposal that came through such that it could be eligible for CARES Act funding.
Say that one more time. The last part, I'm sorry, your mic just cut out.
I said we're still trying to work through some issues so that what was proposed aligns with the eligibility criteria for the CARES Act funding.
Okay, great. That's where it was last I heard too, which was before the break. So please just involve my office or probably Councilmember Guerra's office, either one of us, I think, if you need help finalizing any language or getting more information. But I do want to make sure that those programs for women and children are are funded, and the deadline was August. So I just want to make sure we don't miss that deadline.
Will do.
Thank you, Howard.
Councilmember Hanson, do you have comments? No. Vice Mayor Harris?
Yeah, thank you, Mindy. Howard, the methamphetamine sobering center is moving at a very fast clip, and we need to be very purposeful about moving forward. I've been hopefully working with Homemade to do some tenant improvements to our space. We will need funding in a pretty rapid succession, so perhaps we can have a conversation offline about how to affect this. We need to be up and operational by mid-late September.
Okay, I'll reach out to your office.
All right, thank you.
I have a question for the city attorney.
Go ahead, Councilmember Carr.
I have a question for the city attorney. I know we have a ethics commission, and there's several other organizations that deal with these subjects, but I'm very interested in knowing whether or not there's been a Brown Act violation in conjunction with the preparation of this strong mayor proposal, and if there have been any other council policies that have been violated. Can you get that to the right organization and get a report back to us?
Yes, Councilmember. I'll work with you to get the wording or the request sent to Ethics Commission, and then what other agencies you might want to have review this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, is there anybody else?
That's a jury.
All right. If there's nothing else to come before, is there any public comment? Okay. If there's nothing else to come before the City Council after a long and but important night, wish you all a good night, and we are adjourned.